Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Buongiorno, signore e signorita. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Circuito Internazionale Napoli as we get ourselves ready for the FIA Karting European Championships second round. It's finals day, and it's a gorgeous Sunday morning here in the heart of Napoli, just a stone's throw away from the legendary town of Pompeii, and in the shadow of Mount Suma and Mount Vesuvius herself. Jake Sanson here as we are ready for action in this gorgeous Italian countryside. After an immense day of intense action yesterday, goodness knows what we're going to be treated to in these last 5 qualifying heats of the morning before the finals themselves. There are 3 races this morning in the junior category and 2 in the OK Senior. And boy, are we in for some action. After yesterday, only one of the races, and I did count them back, only one of yesterday's races did not involve a controversial clash or collision of some kind. It really is quite an astonishing statistic because everybody was really feeling the heat yesterday, and they're going to again today. Temperatures skyrocketed to a 35 degrees Celsius by the end of yesterday. Track temperatures will be in the high 50s if it does that again today. There's even suggestions it might get as high as 37 to 38 with a nudge towards the big 40. This is going to be a very hot day at the office for our drivers. Fortunately, the first part of the morning, the majority of them will get just one last chance to enjoy this circuit in its full. It's a fast but technical and complex circuit. It has various different challenges. From the final turn onto the main straight, which you're looking at now on your live stream, the drivers will then spend about 12 seconds flat on the throttle as they come through the main straight and flat out through turn 1, and then charge up the run all the way to the braking zone for the turn 2 hairpin, which a lot of the conflagrations happened in yesterday. And then you head into the tight and twisty but fast-paced and challenging sections of the second and third sectors of the lap, where there are plenty of overtaking opportunities. And over the course of yesterday, we saw incident after incident, and it's going to be a little bit like that again today as the drivers have one last chance this morning to get themselves into the final. We'll start with qualifying heat for groups E versus F, and that places the Italian Valerio Vernicella on the front row of the grid in pole position for the Parolin Racing team, and alongside him will be the Bulgarian Lion himself, Nikola Tsolov, and he is there for the DBK Racing squad on the front row of the grid on the outside line. For Belgium, it is Douwe de Decker who lines up in third place for Kart Republic Motorsport. Then it is Keanu Alajari, the very talented Emirati driver, and he is there from 4th position on the grid in the DPK. Then it is Brando Badua, the Italian, for the Cetilar Racing satellite squad within the Kart Republic awning. And then from Great Britain, one of the drivers who won yesterday, Freddie Slater, for Ricky Flynn Motorsport. He will be there on the outside of the third row. Christian Bratuka, one of the many local favourites here this weekend for the Birolart Racing squad, lines up in 7th place on the grid for this one, alongside Maceo Capieto, the Frenchman for the Pantano team. 9th on the grid will be the Chilean for Parolin Racing, that is Nicolas Ambiado. And in 10th on the grid for this one, it is the Norwegian star Martinius Stenshorn for the Rosberg Racing Academy. Then it's an all Ricky Flynn row 6 as Josh Erfen of Great Britain lines up alongside the Spanish talent Lucas Flusha. And then for the Exprit Racing team in 13th, it is Finland's Alexei Aleva. And for Singapore in 14th place, it is Dion Gouda for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. In 15th is Aidan Neat of Great Britain for the Tony Kart Factory squad. Gustav Wisniewski of Poland will be 16th for Forza Racing. In 17th on the grid is the young man from North Carolina in the United States, Connor Zilic for the Ward Racing team. His teammate from Italy is Matteo De Palo. 19th on the grid is Flavio Olivieri for the Newman Motorsport squad, and 20th place is Nicola Lacorte ahead of Lucas Samalisto and Alvar Simisvara, an all-finish back row. The drivers head out onto the circuit for their one formation lap, Let's talk you through the grid in full once more. Valerio Menicella and Nicola Zoloff from Due De Decker and Keanu Alajari, Brano Badua and Freddie Slater, Christian Bertucca and Matteo Capieto, Nicolas Ambiado and Martini Stenshorn from Josh Erfen and Lucas Flusha, then Alexei Yaleva and Dion Gauda from Aidan Neat and Gustav Wisniewski, Conor Zilic and Matteo De Palo, Flavio Olivieri and Nicola Lacorte from Lucas Samalisto and Alva Simasvara. The two Finns at the back of the field there, rather unfortunate in timed qualifying on Friday afternoon, as both of them had technical problems in their Xsprit and Koski Motorsport machines respectively, which meant they couldn't set a qualifying lap. So they have had to fight their way from the back of the grid all the way through this weekend. And it's been mighty impressive to see these drivers work through. Menicella and Zoloff from the front. Great battles in that top six for the likes of De Decker, Alajari of the United Arab Emirates, and then Badua and Freddie Slater. All in the mix there. Christian Bertucca and Matteo Capieto, ones to watch. From row 6, Erfen and Flusha could be making good progress, as could Dion Gauda and Aidan Neat from a little further back. Conor Zilic is under the tutelage of the legendary Davide Fore. And of course, 7 days ago, he took the victory in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy final for the United States. So this is going to be an interesting battle, as drivers are well aware of the fact that this is their last chance to break into the 36-space final later on this afternoon. Menicella, Zoloff, De Decker, Alajari, Badua, Slater, Bertucca, Capieto, Ambiado and Stenshorn from Erfen and Flusha. That's the false start we thought we were going to get. So they normally come straight through and charge away from the grid, but that was fairly easy to see off the bat that was not a fully formed grid. Several rows were out of position there. So the drivers are sent around on an additional formation lap in these circumstances. And the battle will obviously rejoin when they are ready to form up again. But they only get one formation lap at this. So they obviously have to make sure that they are there and in position and ready to rock and roll straight off the bat. Some fascinating competitors in this field in 2020, and it really has shaken up the established guard, even within the juniors. You do really get to see the raw talent and the established pace of these competitors right off the word go, because a lot of the drivers have been telling me that things are a bit different in certain teams this year, because obviously due to the COVID-19 outbreak, a lot of teams have not been able to do as much testing as they were hoping to do in preparation for these events. So everybody essentially is on the back foot. They don't have anywhere near as much testing that they can afford to themselves. So it's leveled the playing field up big style. And it really comes back to essentially who is one of the very best at the front end of the field. So here come the drivers as they run together at the front end of the field. The drivers come through. And it's Menicella from Zoloff, De Decker, Alajari, Badua, Slater, Bertucca, Capieto. Is this going to be the run? Yes, it is, and away we go. Cracking start on the inside line from Menicella as he storms through to the first corner. No major concerns as the drivers blast up to turn 2. A little bit of jockeying for position, but Zoloff has managed to keep himself in second place nice and early. And as they head through the hairpin, one driver going slightly wide there, off on the hairpin, and 2 karts going off together. Oh, well, it looks as though they're both going to get going again, or maybe I spoke too soon, because that is one of the Ricky Flynn karts in trouble. It's the 268 there, and that is Lucas Flusha. Unfortunate for the Spaniard as he tries to get going once more, but the field is already on the far side of the circuit, so he is a long way back. And it is not the best situation for Lucas Flusha to find himself in now. As up the inside, that's Brando Badua getting the move on Keanu Alajari. So the battle is raging as they continue on their way forward, but the battle is still going. Now Flusha has got going again, but he's going to be at least half a lap, if not more, behind the rest of the field as the leaders come through. Menicella still in front of Zoloff, and in third place that is the Belgian Due De Decker from Badua, Slater, Alajari, Stenshorn, Bertucca. Who's that slow on the main straight? That is one of the Paralins in trouble there. I think that's Nicolas Ambiado having a problem. So the Chilean has fallen a long way down the order. And I think it might have been Dion Gauda who went with Lucas Flusha. So the two Ricky Flynn teammates have ended up colliding with each other. I think it was 2 Ricky Flynns. We'll have to watch it back later on the replay, but certainly for the moment, the battle up front is raging as Freddie Slater has got Brando Badua all over the back of him, and they are trying to fight away for position. So, Menicella, De Decker now in second, having got past Zoloff. And fourth place is Slater from Badua. Keanu Alajari in sixth from Stenshorn and Bertucca. Josh Erfen running a solid 9th place in front of Matteo Capieto, and that's the move from Bertucca. He gets on the inside of Martini Stenson. The Norwegian has got some kind of issue. He runs wide there and has lost another couple of places. And that's Matteo Capieto very nearly going off the circuit, trying to keep up with him. So a very strange start to the races. Several drivers will obviously be on box fresh tyres. Others are trying to use their old ones just to make sure they get through in a decent position, especially if they've had a good race prior to this. But it's going to be a very interesting heat as the drivers continue to work their way through. Rinicella, De Decker and Solov very close to the front. De Decker goes for the lead as Bradua gets up the inside of Slater. Slater gets him on the switchback. Solov gets past De Decker as well though, because De Decker makes the move and Rinicella and Solov get straight back past again. So they retake first and second, and Slater manages to fend off from Brando Bradua with Keanu Alajari still in 6th. So easy to pull off an overtake, but also equally as easy to lose the place as you gain it. So the drivers have got to be so careful not to just banzai on the inside. They need to know that the overtaking move is definitely on. But these 6 drivers are now in a sextet at the front end of the field as they swarm through the first corner. Rinicella, Solov, De Decker, Slater, Bradua, Alajari. Christian Bertucca's not far away, and this is going to be the big move up the inside. Rinicella holds them off to cover as Slater tries to hold Bradua around the outside, which he manages to do so. A very tricky section of the course this. They're into the second sector now, and you've got to keep your wits about you as you battle for position as De Decker runs wide. And that looks like Alajari lost out ground there as well, but it's De Decker down to 7th position. Slater's through to 3rd, Bradua to 4th, Bertucca to 5th, and Alajari down to 6th, with De Decker now 7th in front of Stenson, Erfen and Capieto, as blocking Slater to hold his position there. Nikola Solov just moves across the cover. Slater's getting stuck in for second, and they absolutely swipe out of him. That's 3 of them out all together. Solov holds Slater, and Slater's front wheel breaks, and Bradua and Bertucca go exit stage left. Oh, it was getting very hectic, but Bradua just feels so cheated from this one, and Slater is gesturing to Nikola Solov. I'm alongside you. What did you think you were doing turning in on me? Essentially is the code words there from Slater. Bradua falls to his knees. A brilliant chance of a decent grid position in these finals wiped away as Bertucca is trying to get going again, but has Lucas Flusha trying to come past him. As the drivers are walking away from the scene, the race continues, but it's left Rinicella out in front of Solov and Alajari. De Decker in 4th place now from Stenson and Josh Erfen. But it's devastating as Bertucca rejoins the race, very nearly a lap down from the rest of the field, and he's going to carry on. He's not going to come back into the pits. He's going to rejoin the race, but it's a devastating situation for Slater, Bradua and Rinicella. And Slater is actually gesturing with the marshals at the moment. He's trying to figure out what on earth is going to happen now. But 2 drivers there, Slater and Bradua, absolutely devastated. They've got every reason to be. It was a very tough situation. Oh, and that's Bertucca getting out of the way then. So I think he realised that, well, he can't impede anybody else's race. He's just got to get out of the way and let them all go. But it's a heartbreaking end for Slater and Bradua. And Bertucca is going to be pretty heated in terms of his rage and temper as it is. But the rest of the field continues on the penultimate lap. And Rinicella has been given a nice little bit of breathing space here as the DPK twins have got assistance from De Decker and Stenson. What if they could catch Rinicella before the end of this one? It's going to be tight, that is for certain, but they will continue to battle their way forward as Rinicella moves his way up the ladder. He leads here from Solov. Alajari is 3rd from Stenson and De Decker. So the Norwegian has got through past the Belgian. Now he's dueling away for the position as up to 6th place comes Alexei Yaleva. The Finn has moved his way forward now into P6. So Yaleva comes through into 6th past Erfen. Then it's Capieto, De Palo, Zilic and Aiden Neat from Flavio Olivieri. The 2 DPKs are squabbling over 2nd place now. Solov versus Alajari. This is the part of the race where team orders mean nothing, and you are basically racing against the chap you are dueling with now. It doesn't matter what team they're in. So they're battling for position, and this is where you're going to see Josh Erfen make a bold lunge on Alexei Yaleva if he gets his opportunity. He's already got past Capieto. He's got a chance to break into the top 6 in this final heat for them of the weekend. Before the final, Solov and Alajari still defending, but it's Rinicella that takes it. Solov is going to come through second in front of Alajari and Stenshorn. A good comeback from the Norwegian. Douwe de Decker in 5th place in front of Alexei Yaleva and Josh Erfen. Wow, that continues the trend of the weekend. So far, there's only been one race all weekend that has not involved a big accident of some kind, and that one's going to need some unpicking. Well, a devastating end to the race for 3 of the drivers up at the top end of the field then, essentially. Bertucca does complete the race, albeit a lap down, and Lukas Flusha comes home in 19th position. But it's a victory, and a very important one, for Valerio Rinicella from Nicola Solov and Keanu Alajari. Martinius Stenshorn is 4th from Douwe de Decker. Alexei Yaleva is in front of Josh Erfen. Maceo Capieto and Matteo De Palo ahead of Conor Zilic. In the 11th position is Aidan Neat ahead of Flavio Olivieri. From Gustav Wisniewski and Lucas Samalisto, Dion Gauda is ahead of Nicolas Ambiardo. From Alvar Simisvara and Nicola Lacorte, the last 2 finishers are Lukas Flusha and Christian Bertucca, with retirements Freddie Slater and Brando Badoa. And there is Freddie Slater walking in, pretty dejected. And when he looks back over the incident again, I think he's going to have plenty of reasons to be. It's not the situation he wants to be in at all there. But of course, he's been dueling away with Nikola Solov, who has got away with it all and ended up 2nd place. So let's have a look over the replays from that race to see how that race played out. So at the start, we've got Rinicella moving to cover on the inside line as normal. Douwe de Decker's trying to get alongside Nikola Solov, but the Bulgarian has kept his foot in and kept enough of the gap through the middle of the corner to keep on that racing line and not lose ground. So he has stormed himself back into 2nd place. No problem at all there from the DPK driver. And the top 4 are as they started. Watch Slater as he tries to make his move up on the inside of Brando Badoa, but he's not quite going to make it stick in turn 1. And then we're going to see 2 Ricky Flynn drivers go up and over each other. Yes, look, you've got over the top of Lukas Flusha, Dion Gauda has accidentally caught his teammate and driven over him. So that's how those 2 end up at the scene of the hairpin there. They both managed to recover, but it's given absolutely no comfort at all to Lukas Flusha, who's now got to push start himself back into the race. And it's so easy in these last heats for drivers to start barreling over each other, essentially, because you're in a tricky situation, you're in a difficult position, you're trying to make up the ground, but it's almost impossible to make it stick. So the competitors are obviously working very hard at this stage of the race, because this is your last chance, essentially, to make progress and get through. But Lukas Flusha has had a really tough battle. So now you've got the racers battling for position as Brando Badoa makes his bid on the inside of Alajari. He's been so strong all weekend, Brando Badoa. His pace has been there. And look, Alajari ends up hopping over the curbs. And Slater and Stenshorn both have their chance to come through. Stenshorn can't quite make it stick because Alajari cuts across at the right moment to thwart the attack. Stenshorn and Bertucca are both there battling away for position. There's Flusha getting going again. But in races like this, where you're desperately trying to make up these moves for position, it's always going to be very difficult to place your kart in the right place at the right time. And the driver's just making as many moves as they possibly can and hope it works. There is the contact further back in the lap between Conor Zilic and Nicolas Ambiardo. That's what put the Chilean down the order. I didn't actually see that little bit of contact. Too busy looking at the timing screen, but now at least we get to see it as Ambiardo recovers and drops right the way down behind, I think it was Emili Quivisto, who managed to get through. Oh, sorry, no, it's Alvar Samivsvara, his teammate. Now, there's De Decker making the move for the lead, but watch on the exit. Rinicella covers on the inside curb as Slater makes the same move further back on Alajari, and he manages to thwart the attack there as well. There was some great battles in this one. Here's De Decker having a tussle as the leaders are battling away for position. But now De Decker and Alajari have been caught out. Alajari gets through on De Decker, but they both drifted wide, and that drops them down to 6th and 7th places respectively. So here we've got Bertucca and Badoa moving up, and here's where it all kicks off. So Slater gets his run on the inside. Solov sees him coming, moves across again, and bang, they hit each other. Solov gets away with it. Slater is spat straight into Badoa and Bertucca. and there's nothing Slater can do about it. And Solov appears to have got away with it, essentially. So he has moved forward, but there's nothing that Slater, Padua, or Batuka could have done about that one. It's a racing incident, and they've been spat off the racetrack. Brando Padua, in my opinion, is right to have his hands in the air in dismay and surprise. He didn't really have anything he could do. Neither did Christian Batuka. As Slater and Solov dueled away for position, they ended up banging wheels, and Slater essentially was spat into his opponents. And there really wasn't anything else he could do about it. Stenshorn managed to use the opportunity to move forward, as did Alexei Yeleva. So some good battles in the mix there. And that is Matteo Capieto getting the move on the opponent there as well. Stenshorn managed to get himself into a really good position, to be fair, whilst Nicola Solov spent the last lap dueling away with his teammate Chiara Alajari. But all of that means that Valerio Benicella is able to come through for his first heat win of the weekend, and the Paralympians have been so strong because you've had 2 wins for Giovanni Trentin, 2 wins for Max Dodds, and now you've got a win for Valerio Benicella. So as it all evens out, there could be an opportunity for Benicella in this final, as he stays as consistent as he possibly can to pick up a decent result. Now look, this is Stenshorn and Alajari trying to keep Nicola Solov at bay and trying to get past him. But the Bulgarian has absolutely thrown anchor now. He's not going to let them by at all. The closest chance Alajari and Stenshorn are going to get is to work together here on Solov. But again, the Bulgarian just chops across on the inside line. He's not going to let that gap open up. And Benicella takes the victory. Another heat coming up very shortly, as C versus F will be underway, but it's DPK's second and third behind Rinicella.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So now let's get back into the action again, because we have qualifying heat C versus D to come onto the circuit next. And it's going to give us plenty to talk about ahead of the next races. We had the warm-ups this morning, of course, which we haven't had the chance to discuss with you yet in terms of who has set the raw pace early this morning. In the first session of the junior warm-ups this morning, which was for driver numbers 201 to 225, we saw Yuga Chukwu go out and set the fastest lap. He really has been at the top of every single session he's been in over the course of the last 48 hours. He was the top of his qualifying group, second fastest overall. He won all 4 heats yesterday, and he's also managed to get fastest in the warm-up this morning. Can anybody beat the American? We'll find out over the course of the heat after this one, because that's an interesting lineup ahead of us. Martinius Stenshorn was second fastest in that warm-up group, from Karel Pazovic, Ivan Gilter, and Brando Badua. Arvid Lindblad and Timo Kucharczyk from Dion Gauda, Tuka Tarpanen and Igor Sapil, then Ariel Elkin, Harley Keeble from Christian Bertuca and Lawrence Lesatua, Conor Zilic, Alexander Gubenko, Matteo Capieto, Alfio Spina, and Eric Genet, 2 seconds covering them all. Then the second warm-up session we saw from numbers 226 to 250. Jonathan Waywat, the Danish driver, was actually the fastest in the warm-up session, proving he's still got what it takes. He just had a very frustrating time in the qualifying sessions on Friday. Alex Powell and Bruno Del Pino set the exact same lap time to the 1,000th of a second behind him, 38 thousandths of a second back. Josh Erfan was 52 thousandths of a second back, and Freddie Slater was a 10th of a second off the pace in 5th. No wonder he was so frustrated. He had a good car underneath him, and it looked as though that opportunity has been severely compromised. Rafael Modanese in 6th place from Emo Fittipaldi and Edgar Anpiligov. Maxwell Dodds was 9th quickest in the warm-up, ahead of Maxime Rem. Maxime Ferrand-Castellan ahead of Ian Eichmans, Arthur Rojon, Ivan Dominguez, Gustav Wisniewski and Zachary David. And then Andrea Frasinetti, Maxime Verbruge and Nicolas Locorte rounding out the field. In the third warm-up session, which is for driver numbers 251 to 275, Nikola Tsolov was the quickest, ahead of Aaron Reshepi and Giovanni Trentin. William McIntyre ahead of Oscar Wirtz, Douwe de Decker and then Julius Dinesen from Aidan Neat and Lucas Flusha, Lucas Samalisto and Keanu Alajare, Jokubas Bagdanovicius from Alexei Yeleva and Peek Abrahamson ahead of Francesco Merengue. And then the last warm-up session we had saw Nacho Tunion go quickest ahead of Valeria Vinicella from Nicolas Zambiado and Matteo De Palo. Rashid Al-Daheri, the wild card this weekend from the United Arab Emirates for Paralin, just a quick ahead of Sonny Smith. And then Augustin Bernier from Alva Simasvara, from Flavio Olivieri, Benjamin Silvesterson, Antonio Leit, and Simkas Siveras just ahead of Nico Lanalati. So obviously the battle raging over the course of the last 48 hours ever since practice began on Friday, as drivers are trying to utilize every opportunity they've been afforded to get themselves up the order. And it's always really difficult at this particular point of the day as well, because this is the last heat for each driver. They basically have to put up or shut up in these particular heats. There's only one chance to move forward, and they know that they need to take it with both hands, because they're never going to get another one here this weekend. And it's a difficult part of the season as well. This is the second round of 3. Without COVID-19, there would have been 4 weekends in the European Championship. It's now reduced to 3. So DNFs are really unacceptable. You can't afford to lose a single heat. You can't afford to retire from a single heat, because if you do, then essentially that knocks you down a good dozen places or so minimum on the intermediate rankings. And it always makes for a very difficult situation. The only consolation the drivers have this weekend is that pretty much every race in the juniors and only one race in the seniors has resulted it's also resulted with an accident. So an absolutely astonishing situation. Pretty much every driver that's been involved in an accident can have a little bit of comfort, because all the other drivers have ended up in issues very similar as well. So there's only been about 3 or 4 competitors in the field who have been able to dodge the carnage throughout. So it's always been a very difficult problem for them since the start of racing yesterday. And it just kind of unraveled since then. I think it's the intensity, the pressure, and the heat here as well. You've got to remember that we are in the heart of the Italian countryside here in Napoli, in the stone's throw away from Pompeii and the legendary Mount Vesuvius. And the circuit overlooks the beautiful twin peaks of Mount Suma. So it's a massive sun trap here, essentially, and it's a bit of a dust bowl as well, because it's so hot that it dries out the moisture from the circuit, which is why every time you see the karts drag off the circuit and slide off the road onto the grass, they kick up massive dust. And that's basically because, you know, the ground is so solid and so hard with very little moisture that it essentially becomes a big dust bowl. So it's always a very difficult circuit here to get right, particularly in the height of summer. And we're here, obviously, in late August. So it's even hotter and more difficult than ever before. But that's the challenge that the drivers face. They're all in the same boat, and they all have to try and make sure they can adapt to the difficulties and the situations in exactly the same way. So let's talk you through the grid for the qualifying heat that's about to happen on circuit. Heat C versus D for the juniors, which will head out onto the circuit in a little under 6.5 minutes' time. William McIntyre will line up on pole position for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. Very fast, but also frustrated, as is the man alongside him, Giovanni Trentin. They've both been quick out of the blocks and both been very fast, but both have suffered difficulties through the weekend and at least one compromising DNF. Alex Powell, third position on the grid, the Jamaican, has had a similar story as well. He had a rather awkward retirement in the first race of the weekend, where he ended up in an issue with another driver. But since then, he has been absolutely rapid, and he took a brilliant victory in the heats yesterday afternoon to put himself right back into contention. Evan Gilter is in exactly the same boat. The Frenchman for Sodicart, in the very first heat of the weekend, he ended up barreling out of the circuit after a difficult start. And the Frenchman is now having to fight back, but he's there in 4th place. He's been top 6 pace all weekend, so he has just as good a chance as any to move forward. The Frenchman Arthur Rojon is next up on the grid, 5th place for the Expert Racing team. He's made a massive change to his performance since last time out at Zuera in Spain 3 weeks ago, and he has definitely rocketed forward in terms of how much he's getting onto the pace now, where his balance is, and he's got a lot more calm and composed over the last few weeks, and it's really starting to show in his driving. And he's there on the 3rd row of the grid alongside the Swiss driver Aaron Rechepi, who is still in his first season of the FIA Karting competition. He is making massive headlines and doing a fantastic job to be right up there at the sharp end for Kart Republic. Karol Pazovic, the Polish driver, frustrated by bad luck over the course of his first 2 weekends, but he did a great job in the latter heat yesterday, and he starts from the inside of the 4th row, looking very confident and positive with it. In 8th place is the Belgian Ian Eichmans, who has been one of the star turns of this FIA karting season. Another rookie in the junior category this year, but with the Cosmic Racing team and full of confidence and full of determination. He really has pulled out the blocks many times over the course of these heats, and he's one of the most consistent drivers of the weekend. So expect him to be towards the sharp end of the final if he gets a final heat this time that goes his way. 9th on the grid is Rashid Al-Daheri, a fabulous new addition to the calendar's paddock here this weekend. 9th position on the grid for this one, and he's been at the front end of the field in terms of the top half of the timing screens all the way through the weekend. He's been a fantastic performer and a really solid competitor for Parallel Racing. This is his first attempt at racing in the FIA karting paddock, and I guarantee you the way he's driving, it won't be his last. 10th is Oscar Wirtz, the Austrian, doing an amazing performance for the Expert Racing team, and he's really starting to find more and more pace as these heats come on as well. He's kept himself largely out of trouble too, so if he can keep solid and keep consistent, he's got a good chance of a decent finish. 11th place is Maxime Verbruge. He's been one of the many drivers who's been fast but frustrated, as the VDK driver seems to have been in the middle of the action for all the wrong reasons at times, as has the Czech driver Igor Sapil. Two drivers then, Verbruge and Sapil, who have amazing ability to run at the front end of the field when given the chance, but they've got to get there, essentially, and they've got the speed and the tenacity to run at the front and go for race victories without any argument at all. It's been a frustrating climb to make sure they can stay there. 13th on the grid is Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese talent, and he is there for the Leclerc by Lennox Racing team. He's had a similar story, actually. Fairly even and good performances thus far, but he's just not quite been able to string it together, either through other drivers' misdemeanors or through one of those moments in the race. He starts 13th alongside the Italian Andrea Frasinetti, whose weekend began rather disastrously with an incident on the second lap, I think it was, of his first heat, when he ended up off the circuit at the final turn, and he's been trying to claw his way back ever since. 15th position is the Frenchman Antonio Leit for VDK Racing, another driver who's essentially ended up being cannon fodder at times, but again, he's had consistency to match his raw speed. Alongside him on the grid is the young man from the Philippines, Zachary David. This is his first season in the FIA karting paddock, and this is actually his first weekend. He wasn't able to make it to Zuera in Spain 3 weeks ago. We're hoping he's going to be there in Wackersdorf in Germany 3 weeks from now. But he's had to basically learn on the job in this 7 weeks gap of racing that the entire European Championship takes place during. It's not easy when you've got to basically climb the mountain to get over the top of the hill, and he's done a fascinating and fabulous job up to this point. So hopefully he can keep that education flowing. Rafael Modenese, the young man from Peru, in 17th position. They really struggled in qualifying because you've got to look at Modenese's past, and you'll notice that he should be a lot higher up the grid than he currently finds himself. But he and his mechanic Rob have been working very hard to get him further up the grid, and hopefully that's going to happen sooner rather than later. 18th and 19th on the grid are the two young men for the Pantano team. Sonny Smith had a real problem in qualifying, and he's been trying to work his way back ever since. The young British talent who's in his first FIA Karting European Championship campaign, along with Peek Abrahamsen, the Finn, who is the only driver within that team aboard the Madcroc chassis. And you can tell it's the Madcroc chassis because it's written everywhere, on his overalls, on his helmet, and on the sides of his kart. I think it's fairly obvious and blatant if you spot it. Augustin Bernier is 20th on the grid. Another driver who couldn't quite get it together for VDK Racing in qualifying, and that has compromised his starting position on the grid. And then Nico Lanolati, the Finn for CRG, lines up 21st position on the grid, alongside the Lithuanian Simkas Sviedas, who is in his maiden season in this competition for Ward Racing. So the drivers are in together, they're ready for the action. 7 laps of this circuit once again, which is 1.547 kilometers around the circuit, 7 times over. And they will head out onto the circuit and they will decide their fate and to see whether they can get through to this afternoon's final or not. William McIntyre and Giovanni Trentin on the front row of the grid from Alex Powell and Evan Gilter. Artur Rojon and Aaron Reshepi from Karel Pazovic and Ian Eichmans. Rashid Aldeheri is beside Oscar Wirtz. Then Maxon Verbruge and Igor Sepil, Ivan Dominguez and Andrea Frasinetti. Antonio Leite and Zachary David from Rafael Modanese and Sonny Smith. Pete Abrahamsen and Augustin Bernier from Nico Lanolati and Simkas Sviedas. So as the competitors work their way around the circuit, they obviously have to try and dial in the tyres and brakes to heat them up to their optimum temperature. Of course, they don't need a massive amount of assistance to do that here today, because they are doing an absolutely amazing performance from the competitors as they continue to dial in the karts. We had a crazy day at the races yesterday, coupled with a mad moment from Rafael Chavez Camara in the OK Seniors, which we'll talk about a little later on when we get to that point. But the juniors are essentially now trying to fight forward, make good overtakes, and stay out of trouble, because this is their last chance to get into that final. And all of them want to be there with the same degree of intensity. So the drivers come through. McIntyre, Trentin, Powell, Gilter, Rojon, Reshepi, Pazovic, Eichmans, Aldeheri and Wirtz from Verbruge, Sepil, Dominguez and Frasinetti. As they come out of the final turn, let's see who's going to be making their way to the first corner first. It's a good start, and we're away racing. Is this going to be Trentin round the outside to try and overhaul McIntyre? But no, the Leclerc by Lennox driver is able to hold on to the position and charges down to the first bend. In fact, in through turn 2, he has actually got a little bit of breathing space as they come through, and that is Trentin being nerved aside slightly as they come through. Whoops, one of them's gone wide at turn 2 and has fallen to the back of the queue. That's Gilter and Powell. They have come through to second and third places now behind McIntyre, as that's the Esprit that's come through as well. That's Artur Rojon. So some good battles. Oh, and that is one of the Leclerc by Lennoxes. That's the 246 going wide. So I'm afraid that is a big problem there for Ivan Dominguez, the Portuguese driver. So Dominguez has run wide, and now he's got to try and fight his way back through the field as competitors continue to duel away for position. But it's a solid start as drivers get up towards McIntyre. He leads the way, Gilter second, Powell third. And as they come through out of the final bend, it looks a-okay, as drivers are still trying to pick off overtaking moves in the early phase. And the man who's compromised there is the 249 of Zachary David, the Filipino. He loses ground to Modanese, Pazovic and Antonio Leite in the particular move. So as they come through the hairpin, it's McIntyre from Gilter, Powell, Rojon, Trentin, Eichmans, Sepil, Wirtz, Verbruge and Reshepi in front of Sonny Smith, who has charged his way through to 11th in front of Rafael Modanese. Oh, 2 karts out on the first lap. We didn't see that. And that is Andrea Frasinetti and Pete Abrahamsen. So Frasinetti and Abrahamsen, unfortunately, tangling on the first lap. And so that's the Birolart and the Mancroc out of competition for the moment. Oh, that's a spin! Now that's Wirtz. That's Wirtz who's gone around. Oscar Wirtz spins out of the hairpin. Oh dear, Andrea Frasinetti trying to get going again despite being a lap down. But he's not going to make that work. But Wirtz has spun on the second sector. So it looks as though the Austrian is out of the race. He walks away from the scene. But McIntyre leads from Gilter and Powell. And they are charging after the Leclerc by Lennox. There's Oscar Wirtz's machine, the Esprit chassis left to the side of the circuit in between Vesuvio, Uno and Due. So as they come through, that's a nice move up the inside from Pazovic as he gets past there on Reshepi. So the pole gets past the Swiss. Gilter makes the bid on McIntyre and gets through. Powell trying to squeeze by as well. McIntyre gets back past Gilter on the exit. So on the switchback, he retains his lead, but that has backed them into Trentin, Eichmans and Sepil. This is going to be quite the duel as Alex Powell has a little look at Gilter, but you shouldn't make the overtaking move unless you know it's going to happen. Gilter is pressuring McIntyre into the mistake, and if he can make his opportunistic move happen, then he is in a great place to move into the lead. But he's going to dive on the inside line in the final turn. Power's going to try and squeeze through as well. He's going to get some support from Trentin, Eichmanns and Sepil. And as Ivan Gilter leads the race now, there is going to be an interesting battle up to turn 2. Gilter, McIntyre, Powell, here comes McIntyre. Powell's going to get through on the inside as well past Gilter. Gilter's going to drop down to 3rd, maybe 4th, possibly even 5th or even 6th. The Sepil keeps his foot in. Brilliant from Igor Sepil. And Gilter slides down to 6th position now. So the Frenchman who was leading is now down in P6, but that was proper commitment from Sepil. The other 4 managing to get through on pure momentum. But Sepil really had to be brave on the throttle to hold the cart around the outside line. So now they come out of the Vesuvio Due. So the part of the circuit where it really tightens up once again. Trentin trying to tuck in behind Alex Powell, making his own bid to come through. The Italian in 3rd place in front of Ian Eichmanns and Igor Sepil, with Gilter 6th and Otto Rojon is now at the back of the queue in 7th place. 7 drivers in the line. McIntyre, Powell, Trentin, Eichmanns, Sepil, Gilter, Rojon. As they come through the first turn, this is now about what Alex Powell does here. Trying to close up on Will McIntyre. Can the Jamaican bolt to the inside line? Not with McIntyre defending on lap 5. Goodness me, he's defending early. Powell's going to get him on the switchback, and he takes the lead. Alex Powell comes through. Beautifully read there. He knew that McIntyre was going to be slow on the inside line. McIntyre comes straight back, and it's Powell. Oh my goodness, McIntyre and Powell, they clatter into each other. McIntyre came from so far back to get on the inside of Powell. And Powell is not happy with Will McIntyre in the slightest. McIntyre's not even prepared to talk with him about it. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. Alex Powell can't quite believe what's happened. But the Jamaican was running a great race, as was Will McIntyre. And Will's eyes just got a little bit wider than his stomach there, I think. He had just lost the lead. He saw a chance to come back through, and the door closed. So Giovanni Trentin now leads the race in front of Ian Eichmanns, Sepil, Gilter and Rojon. And now Eichmanns leading in 2nd place. Here comes Sepil though. Sepil on the inside with Gilter following him through, and Rojon's going to get there into 4th place as well. Eichmanns does the sensible thing, lets it happen, slots straight back in behind the Frenchman. And now they're dueling over 2nd place as Sepil hangs onto the inside line. But Gilter and Rojon are going to try and work together. Eichmanns gets past Rojon. Eichmanns has now got plenty of decent rhythm to get in behind Gilter and Sepil. But Sepil is looking at a brilliant 2nd place if he can hold this one together down to the braking zone. Ian Eichmanns is there behind Gilter. And here comes the move from Pazovic as he tries to get on the inside, and it's all gone wrong. Pazovic and Rojon wipe each other out. Oh dear, these last races of the weekend, they're desperately trying to make the overtaking moves to get into the final. And these are when these incidents are going to happen. So for the 2nd time in 3 laps, 2 more drivers wipe each other from the race. Oh dear. And through all of this, Giovanni Trentin has managed to come through for the lead of the race, pretty much unchallenged by the drivers behind. So Trentin is going to get his 3rd race win of the weekend, which is quite an astonishing statistic because he's had 3 wins and 2 DNFs. So he's going to be quite low down on the final grid. Pazovic is trying to get going on the final lap. The marshal gesturing to him, no, you're going to make it way back on the circuit just as the leaders come through. It's not going to happen. So Giovanni Trentin passes the frustrated pole. And it's going to be victory for the 3rd time this weekend for Giovanni Trentin. That's as good as he can get after 2 DNFs, and he gets the win. 2nd for Sepil, that's a brilliant result, as Evan Gilter crosses the line ahead of Ian Eichmanns, with Aaron Mashepi 5th, and Sonny Smith has fought back to 6th position. What a comeback! Wow, the crazy races here at Napoli continue as drivers continue to get every single ounce of strength and stamina they can get from these karts. But these are the last races of the weekend before the final, so you're going to get some moves that will end in disaster. But it's literally happened in every single race bar one this weekend across both classes. But for the 3rd time this weekend, Giovanni Trentin takes the victory in front of Igor Sepil and Evan Gilter. Eichmanns, Mashepi and Sonny Smith in the top 6 from Rafael Modanese, and Rashid Al-Daheri in 8th place from Ivan Dominguez and Antonio Leita. Maxime Verbruge and Zachary David is 12th in front of the man in 13th, Augustin Bernier. Simca Severas ahead of Nico Lanalati. And then the retirements, many of them. Artur Rojon, Karol Pazovic, Will McIntyre and Alex Powell, Oscar Wirtz, and on the very first lap, Andrea Frasinetti and Peik Abrahamsen. I tell you what, the replay machine is going to get worn out by the end of this weekend because we've had so many big moments across these heats. It really has been absolutely astonishing. So let's look back and see the moments that made that race so thrilling. So to the inside, McIntyre doing the right thing, but he's getting support from Powell. He's fortunate there, actually, because Trentin has got alongside him there initially, but because McIntyre's forced the issue and kept his foot in, Trentin's had to back out of it. He's grateful that he's got a little bit of support from further back, but at this stage, look, McIntyre's got about 3 kart lengths, so this is about who's able to get through to the inside line. Trentin is defending like mad here, and he gets a punt. Look, he gets a little nudge from behind. You can see the kart slide out of position. Giltaire gets through. Powell gets through. The problem is that kind of incident, it's not clear-cut as to whether Giltaire started that, or maybe 3 or 4 drivers behind him might have started that. That's an impossible one to decipher, but Trentin is fortunate he's only dropped to 5th position at this stage. Giltaire is there in 2nd. Powell is in 3rd. Now, I want to look back and see, are we going to see the incident between Frasinetti and Abrahamsen? Oh, yes, look, Abrahamsen, you just saw it in the background. He just rises over the top of Frasinetti's Birolart. There goes Ivan Dominguez off the road, manages to get going. He's not happy with how he's ended up there. But further back, we don't quite get to see Frasinetti versus Abrahamsen, the aftermath. But the battles still continue all the way down the field as McIntyre, you can see how hard he's pushing. Look, you can see all of them how hard they're pushing. They're literally flirting with the white line down to the braking zone as they come into that right-hander at Vesuvio Due. It's such a fine line to get this circuit nailed right, and you've got to be absolutely on your A game as these drivers are literally dancing with the white lines on the edge of the circuit. That's how much speed you have to carry and where exactly you have to place the kart in order to be as fast as you can through the apexes of each bend. So the battle's already fast and furious as they come through. A couple of moves into the final bend maybe. Yep, that looks like a rather eager Modenese trying to get past Zachary David, and it's definitely worked because Antonio Leiter and the Tony kart in the mix there as well. I think that was I think that might have been Karol Pazovic trying to make up places involved in that one. And you can see drivers running wide. That's a big moment there from Artur Rojon as he drifts wide. So easy to get things wrong in these races, and he just gets 2 wheels on the grass. As we watch Frasinetti and Abrahamsen, unfortunately, we're going to see Oscar Wirtz already mid-spin exit stage right. That's a weird incident. I wonder if he's had an engine seize there, you know. I don't think that was an accident. I think that was something going wrong with the kart as Frasinetti, bless him, tries his best to get going again and ends up tripping over the kart. It's so easy. You can laugh at it all you want, but it is quite physical having to push these karts, especially when you're trying to push start them. And he's not willing to give up. This is the thing. These drivers, they know this is their last chance to progress. They don't want to give up. Now, Giltaire loses the place here to Alex Powell. But watch Sepil, the 5th one in the line. Look, there's no grip there on the outside, but he keeps his foot flat in. The back end steps out, and he edges the kart in. That's sheer willpower and determination from Igor Sepil to get into 5th place. That's stubborn determination. I'm not going to lose this. Now, McIntyre defending on lap 5 with 7 laps to go. That's quite early on, so Powell thinks, right, well, you're going to defend. I'm going to make the switch back to cut straight back on the inside line, and I'm going to get the lead. Nice move from Alex Powell. Giovanni Trentin tries to create a gap as well on McIntyre, but in the next bend, this is where it all goes wrong. Now, McIntyre is about half a length back. He gets some support from Giovanni Trentin, so he decides, right, I'm going to get my foot in here, and I'm going to go for the move. But Powell has already started drifting across to the racing line to take the hairpin. So, yeah, it's difficult, that one. Who do you lay the blame at for that one? I wouldn't like to be the race officials on that one, but both drivers are pretty irritated. McIntyre looks pretty irritated more or less with himself, but Alex Powell has made it quite clear how frustrated he is. He's trying to gesture to Will McIntyre, but Will is not even in the mood to have a conversation with Alex. So the Jamaican essentially doesn't quite know what to do with this. And this is the incident later on. Look, Pazovic is diving for the inside of Rojan, but Rojan's already turned in. These incidents happen so often at the end of these races because you've got drivers essentially trying to go for the gap that they are hoping is going to be there because it's the only way they're going to make progress to move forward. What baffled me about this one in particular is the determination and the sheer desperation from Karel Pazovic. Look, you're already down at the back of the field. You're in about 18th position at best. Or I should actually say 17th in Karel Pazovic's case, even with the retirement. There's no point trying to get going again once you're that far back with a lap to go. As Eichmanns makes the bid on Gilter, he sorts that one out pretty quickly on the last lap. That could have been a second place for the Belgian right there and then. But look, it's the fact that he's trying to get going again on the last lap with drivers bearing down on him quickly. It's like, look, you're out of time. This isn't going to happen. I love the desperation and the determination to try and get back again, but it just isn't on, really. And it's fascinating now watching out of the window, looking at the recovery truck as it comes in. There's about 8 carts. I apologize, I was exaggerating. 7 carts on the trailer as they tried to bring them all back in one go. But it's fascinating for Giovanni Trentin. 3rd win of the weekend out of 5, but with 2 DNFs, it's a very difficult situation for him. So he's going to be down the order whatever happens, but he's salvaged something from this weekend at least with 3 out of 5. And Igor Sepil, a 2nd place at a critical moment of the weekend. That should elevate him up the standings a little way. And with Gilter and Eichmanns keeping it nice and steady through the latter stages of the weekends, Eichmanns in particular is looking very strong. So it could be a fascinating final grid. But for Giovanni Trentin, 3 wins out of 5 and 2 DNFs. This is going to be a fascinating final grid.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the next heat is the last one for the OK Junior drivers, qualifying Heat A versus B. And this is the big one as far as the contenders in the juniors are concerned, because it's going to pit the 2 fastest drivers from qualifying on the front row of the starting grid together. Max Dodds versus Yugo Chukwu. The American has been the top of every single session he has been in this weekend. Fastest in his qualifying group, and therefore 2nd overall. The winner in each of his heats, and even fastest in the warm-up this weekend for today's action. So let's see what the American had to say at the end of yesterday as he prepares for battle here at Napoli.
Yeah, it's been an amazing 2 days. I qualified P2 overall, and today was even better. I won all of my heats, and really it's due all to testing. We've been testing a lot, chassis and setups. So we have had good performance the entire week, and hopefully we can carry it into tomorrow. Well, really, I don't really have to win. I just have to finish in the top 3, and I start on pole for the final. So hopefully no crashes and everything goes smooth.
It's very rare that you get one driver in the junior category able to make a clean sweep of everything, but there is an ultimate opportunity here for the American Yugo Chukwu. He might just be able to get the job done. The difficulty he has is that he's on the outside of the front row, where traditionally it's not the easiest to get a decent start from. However, we have seen it happen over the weekend. You can make a good run from the outside and cut across the front position on the grid on the inside line to sweep through into the lead. So that's what Yugo Chukwu has got to be focusing on as he gets himself off the front of the grid. But Max Dodds, the man on pole position from timed qualifying, fastest in the group, and also a circuit record in qualifying on Friday afternoon. Not bad at all from young Max Dodds. He got himself to the front end of the grid and has had 2 wins, a second and a third up to that point. A very consistent and solid performance from the Brit, but he's been wise with it. You know, there have been opportunities when he could have got into these incidents and situations with the other drivers who have had difficulties and accidents through the weekend. But he's not been one of the drivers to get involved in them. He's stayed in that top 5 all the way through the weekend. He's not done anything silly. If a move is on and he knows that there's a 50-50 chance, he bails out of it and blends back in behind his opponent to try and go for the move again later. And 99 times out of 100 in those situations this weekend, he's been able to get it back again. So he's just been a little bit more calm, a little bit cooler than some of his opponents this weekend, and that's actually given him a great position as things currently stand into the final heat. Harley Keeble is there in 3rd position on the grid. He's had a race win this weekend, but he's also had a difficulty with Giovanni Trentin on the run up to the 2nd corner on the first lap of the heat, and that's wiped him out of one of the races. So he's going to struggle in terms of his grid position for the final, but a decent heat here will give him a chance to maximize his potential. Bruno Del Pino, the Spanish talent, his teammate, is there in 4th position on the grid. And in 5th place is Tuka Tarpanen, a heat winner yesterday. Now, this is a great dynamic because you've got 3 of the Tony Kart factory drivers all absolutely together from 3rd through to 5th, and they're going to be there together, completely monstering the 2nd row of the grid, and you've got Tarpanen there to the inside of the 3rd row as well. So it's going to be fascinating to see how they control that particular dynamic as they run through the field from the far side of the grid. So it'll be interesting to see how they all run from that 2nd and 3rd row, as they all battle away together for position. 6th on the grid is Nacho Tunion, the Spanish driver for DPK. And then 7th on the grid is Arvid Lindblad, the British driver for Kart Republic. And he's had some brilliant performances over the course of the weekend as well. Kept himself out of trouble wherever possible too. Timo Kucharczyk in 8th position, always a deciding factor in these junior heats. And the young man on the Kubica chassis has been ultra competitive since the word go yesterday morning, so he's also a very important factor in this one. Could go all the way to the podium, perhaps even the victory, if he just keeps his wits about him through these last 2 races. Maxime Ferrand Castellen, 9th at the moment, drove beautifully to a 2nd place finish yesterday in one of his heats, was also 2nd 7 days ago at Adria in Italy, representing Luxembourg in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy, and feels there was more left on the table by him, so he has a good chance to storm forward for the Forza Racing team. 10th on the grid, a frustrated Alexander Gubenko. The Russian is obviously getting himself back up to speed, and he is always his worst critic. I said to him today when I was watching him, you did a good job yesterday, but he said, no, I wanted more than that. I was frustrated by the results we came back with. And this from the man who 3 weeks ago broke his wrist in the final at Zuera. He was trying so hard. So incredible that he's fit and ready and recovered. That's why he missed representing his country last week at Adria, but he's back here at Sarno doing a fantastic job. Edgar Anpiligov is 11th on the grid for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, the Frenchman on the inside of the 6th row, alongside Ariel Elkin of the VDK Racing team. The Israeli doing a fine job in the 12th position on the starting grid as he runs there on the 6th row of the grid. Row 7, 13th on the grid is going to be Emo Fittipaldi, the Brazilian son of the 2-time Formula 1 world champion from 1972 and 75. Emerson Fittipaldi himself, who also, of course, won the IndyCar title in 1989. Jonathan Waywatt, 14th on the grid, the young Dane for Forza Racing, fastest in his warm-up session this morning, frustrated after qualifying and essentially in the part of the circuit that he doesn't really want to be, in the midfield. But if he can make progress, stay out of trouble, and get himself a decent finishing result in this one, he has a good chance to progress into a decent position for the final. Francesco Marenghi is next up, the Italian in the CRG, running 15th on the starting grid for this one, alongside the Belgian star Laurence Lesatua, who's been amazing at fighting back through the field. Always seems to get himself into the top 10 in a decent fighting spirit, but unfortunately this morning he ended up having a problem with his kart in warm-up, so hopefully that isn't going to be a sign of things to come. Hopefully he'll be in a decent battle with the rest of the drivers in this one. And then we have on the 9th row of the grid, a pair of Tony Kart factory drivers again. Maxim Ren, the German, lines up in 17th on the starting grid. Alongside him is the Italian star Alfio Spina, and Alfio Spina is there 18th on the starting grid as he gets himself ready from the outside of the 9th row of the grid. And as it's his local circuit, the fan club is in full swing here at the circuit. Only a handful of them, of course, as spectators not able to be here for the circuit. It's only the nearest and dearest who are part of the team. Jakubas Bogdanovicius, 19th on the starting grid for Ward Racing. And 20th on the starting grid, it is Eric Genet, the Spanish driver, who is racing for the CRG team, of course, this year. Two more drivers frustrated after qualifying. They wanted a lot more from their lap times. 21st on the grid will be Benjamin Silvesterson, the Finnish driver for Koski Motorsport. And then 22nd on the grid, fighting his way back after a problem in qualifying, is Julius Dinesen, the superstar driver from Denmark for the Ward Racing team. So the 22 drivers know that this is their last chance to break into the final. There are only 36 spaces available and 66 drivers trying to get them. So 30 drivers are going to be left bang out of luck until they return to Wackersdorf 3 weeks later for the season conclusion in the European Championships. But they are ready to go to battle and they are ready to race in fine style. So the juniors will get underway at 10:50 local time, which is a little under 5 minutes from now. So the drivers will obviously battle ferociously as the racing continues. Looks like we're waiting for an update on the results of the earlier races, although there have been some difficult situations for a few competitors. And there have been some difficulties with the competitors as there have been some penalties handed out after yesterday. There were not many massive problems to add to what was brought in yesterday. Most of the discrepancies, of course, come from difficulties that were seen with their front fairings. Of course, when the drivers are too close together, they have an incident with the front fairing. And if it's out of position when they come back into the pits and onto the weighbridge, if the front fairing is out of position, then the driver is handed a 5-second time penalty, which cannot be appealed or deleted or negotiated. Basically, it is to essentially stamp out rough driving around the circuit. If a driver ends up with a 5-second penalty, then it obviously can drop you from anywhere within the top 6 or the top 10 right the way down the order. We're considering how close the races have been, with a good 4 or 5 seconds covering the field in some heats, then it really does make a massive difference to your finishing position. So the junior drivers are getting themselves ready after what has been a ferocious weekend of competition and battles. To review the OK Junior heats up until this point, we can tell you who has been doing what. Yuga Chukwu, of course, won all 4 of his heats yesterday from the inside line of the front row of the grid. This is the first time all weekend that he has had to start from the outside line, so it could be interesting to see what he does. In that first heat, he took the victory on. Alexander Gubenko was second in front of Timo Kucharczyk, Brita Del Pino, Nasho Tunion, and Ariel Elkin. Then we had a victory in qualifying Heat C versus F yesterday for Freddie Slater as he won the day in front of Nikola Tsolov and Keanu Alajari, with Martinius Stenshorn, Maxon Verbruge and Dion Gouda in the top 6. Then we had qualifying Heat A versus E, and it saw 3 Brits at the top 3. Harley Keeble in front of Arvid Lindblad and Max Dodds, and they're all together on the inside line of this race. Due De Decker 4th on the lineup from Valerio Venicella and Brando Badua. Then in qualifying Heat B versus C, we saw another Uga Chukwu victory in front of Bruna Del Pino from Jamaica's Alex Powell, Timo Kucharczyk, Alex Gubenko and Ariel Elkin. And then in qualifying Heat D versus E, it was an all-Italian trio at the front end, Giovanni Trentin and Valerio Venicella from Brando Badua, with Ian Eichmanns in 4th place, Due De Decker 5th and Evan Gilter in 6th position. Then we had the qualifying heat for drivers A versus F. That saw Maxwell Dodds take his first win of the weekend and of the season, of course, as well. Arvid Lindblad second in front of Tubuka Tarpanen, Harley Keeble, Maxim Foran Castellan and Freddie Slater in the top 6. Then in qualifying heat C versus E, we saw the Jamaican star Alex Powell make his first win in the FIA Karting Championships from Valerio Venicella and Will McIntyre, then Koska Nerfen, Christian Bertucca and Connor Zilic. In qualifying heat B versus F, we saw Yugo Chukwu take another victory in front of Freddie Slater and Nikola Tsolov, and then Timo Kucharczyk, Alexander Gubenko and Alfio Spina in the top 6. He stormed his way back from 17th on the grid in that one, so a brilliant race that was from Alfio Spina. And then in qualifying heat A versus D, Maxwell Dodds did it again. Fantastic job at the front end of the field. 3.8 seconds clear of Tuka Tarpanen and Maxim Furon-Castellén, with Arvid Lindblad fourth ahead of Edgar and Piligov and Ian Eichmans. Then the last 3 heats of yesterday, Yugo Chukwu made it 4 out of 4 ahead of Timo Kucharczyk and Bruno Del Pino. From Brando Badua, Nasho Tunion and Christian Bertucca, just 1 place ahead of the hard-charging Alfio Spina once again. Nikola Tsolov was then given a brilliant run to victory in front of Freddie Slater, and then Matteo Capieto, Keanu Alajari, Evan Gilter and Ian Eichmans completing the top 6. And then qualifying heat A versus C saw Tuka Tarpanen take the win in front of Max Dodds, Arvid Lindblad, Karol Pazovic, Will McIntyre and Alex Powell. Then of course we've had the 2 races that we've had so far today. We're still waiting for official confirmation on these results, of course. Valerio Venicella from Nikola Tsolov and Keanu Alajari, from Matthias Stenshorn, Due de Decker and Alexei Yeleva. And then the race we've just had, of course, that saw Trentin from Sapil, Gilter, Eichmans, Reshepi and Sonny Smith. But it's time to race for the last time in junior before the final. Max Dodds and Yugo Chukwu on the front row of the grid from Harley Keeble and Bruno Del Pino, Tuka Tarpanen and Nasho Tunion from Arvid Lindblad and Timo Kucharczyk, Maxim Furon-Castellén and Alex Gubenko. Then Edgar Piligov and Ariel Elkin from Emo Fittipaldi and Jonathan Waywat, Francesco Marenghe and Lawrence Lesatua, Maxime Rem and Alfio Spina, Jokubas Bogdanovicius from Eric Genet, Benjamin Silvesterson and Julius Dinesen. 22 drivers, 7 laps. The Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Temperatures are 28 degrees Celsius already on a bone-dry, dusty circuit. I can't wait to see how this one unfolds. So obviously the circuit is very fast and challenging. It's flat on the throttle for the first 12 seconds or so of the lap, but then you are absolutely charging your way around this circuit, and a very tough battle awaits you as the competitors continue to storm around the circuit. But now it's the dual rivalry that we've been waiting to see all weekend long. Dodds versus Yugo Chukwu. This is the first time they've met on the same bit of racetrack. Yugo Chukwu unbeaten. 2 wins, a second and a third for Dodds. How's it going to play out? We'll find out shortly as the field comes around the turn. It's a false start. Now, you always wonder in these situations how much of that is a genuinely honest false start, or how much of that is the man on the front row of the grid trying to get under the pole sitter's skin. Because as long as you have 1 or 2 false starts, it really doesn't matter. Any more than that, and you're really asking for trouble. But you just wonder how much of that is the psychological gameplay from the guy on the outside of the grid, because if they can force another false start, it just gives you a chance to get a little bit into the psychological gameplay of the drivers around you. So the competitors are now just dialing in at formation lap, and the competitors are obviously working themselves into a decent pair of rows. But are we going to see a competitive start this time around as Max Dodds holds the inside line advantage? Yugo Chukwu will be on the outside, and then Keeble, Del Pino, Tarpanen, Tunion, Lindblad, Kucharczyk, Furon-Castellén, Gubenko and Piligov, Elkin, Fittipaldi, Waywat, Marenghe, Lesatua, Rem, Spina, Bogdanovicius, Genet, Silvesterson and Dinesen. And the 2 rows are now lining up together. Is this going to be the brilliant bold start we were hoping for as they come off the final turn? Is this going to be the race start? Yes, it is, and we're racing. Dodds cuts across. Yugo Chukwu trying to get up alongside, and as they come through the first corner, Yugo Chukwu's run wide and lost several positions. Keeble's through in a second, Tarpanen's through in a third, Lindblad is through in a 4th position, so the inside line has made a massive gain, and now we've got the drivers battling away through the second corner. But that can often happen from the outside line of the front row. Yugo Chukwu has found himself falling down to about 7th or 8th position, I think. Just trying to count them in the line. He's 7th at the moment, so he's lost a big amount of time. And it's the 3 Brits in the fin up front, as Dodds leads Keeble, Tarpanen in 3rd place, Lindblad is in 4th, and that's Timo Kucharczyk who's in 5th position at the moment in front of Bruno Del Pino and Yugo Chukwu. Tarpanen trying to keep Lindblad back as they come into the right-hander at Vesuvio Due, and it's left Dodds and Keeble out on their own for the time being. Tarpanen appears to be defending and throwing down the cannonball as he hangs the kart out through the tight right-handers and left-handers of the course. He's trying to keep Lindblad at bay and letting the two leaders go away. So Keeble in second place, working his magic in behind Max Dodds. Dodds is just keeping his line at the moment, but Keeble and Dodds appear to be disappearing and straighting away. Is this strategy and tactics within the Tony Kart factory team? Is Tarpanen trying to assist his teammate improve his score by keeping him up the order? Because Tarpanen's had a fairly solid and consistent weekend. If Tarpanen remains in the top 5, he'll have a decent grid position. Is he helping his teammate here a little bit? Because Kucharczyk's now got past Lindblad, as too has Bruno Del Pino. Either that or Tarpanen doesn't want Lindblad anywhere near him at the start of this race, so he's backed him into the rest of the pack in the hope he'll lose places, because that's exactly what's happened. Tunion is in 7th place now in front of Ugachukwu, and Lesetua has got past Gubenko. So Dodds and Keeble are now scrapping away for the lead of the race up front. Tarpanen's holding on to 3rd in front of Kucharczyk. And up the inside of Lindblad comes the DPK, and Ugachukwu is going to gain 2 places out of the turn as he manages to bolt up the inside. Lesetua goes with them as well. So Lindblad manages to stay in front of Nacho Tunion. And here comes Keeble up the inside of Dodds for the lead. Dodds does the sensible thing. He lets Keeble go and now bolts onto the back of the Tony kart. So Keeble takes the lead. Dodds in 2nd place. He doesn't need to rush this. In fact, neither driver needs to rush this. They just got to keep it together and hope that it's going to go their way. But Keeble leads Dodds. Ugachukwu is trying to get himself back up the order, but the American has got to take his time about this. He's in 6th place. He's still got a good chance of getting the pole position for the final, but it is going to be tight, because he can't afford to score too many points here. From Dodds' point of view, he's now looking at 7 points if he gets 2nd place. 7 points total, that is, as Waywat has fallen down the order. He's got going again, but he's now 3 from the bottom of the ranks, so it's not great news for the Danish driver. But Keeble has the advantage over Max Dodds. Dodds in 2nd, Ugachukwu's in 6th. Now, Dodds is going to score a grand total of 7 points from these heats if he keeps it. Oh, and we've had an off at the first corner. Someone's kicked up the dust. It looks to me as though they've all got away with it. Couldn't quite see who it was that ran wide, but certainly several drivers there having a little bit of a dust dance as they come through. And there goes Kucharczyk making the move on Del Pino. Ugachukwu is trying to catch up to them. In 6th position, Ugachukwu can still get pole position for these finals if he remains in P6. He can't afford to lose another place, essentially, the American, because Max Dodds is currently 2nd. That would give him a grand total of 7 points across the races yesterday. So that would put Dodds on the outside of the front row. Keeble is trying to get himself as far up the order as humanly possible, but Dodds is trying to get back into the lead. If he can get the victory with Ugachukwu down in 6th, then Dodds would get pole position for the final. So there's some big dynamics at play here as Ugachukwu tries to close up on Bruno Del Pino. As the way things currently stand, Ugachukwu is looking at 6th place. That will give him 6 points. Max Dodds is looking at 2nd place. That will make his total 7 points, and it's a golf scorecard system, so Ugachukwu will have 1 point less than Max Dodds, and that will put him still on pole position for the final. But these last 3 laps will decide it all as Ugachukwu closes up on Bruno Del Pino, and the Spaniard has got to keep his wits about him. He needs a decent finish. He needs to get a decent qualifying position, as Arvid Lindblad has been backed down into 7th position now. So this could be fascinating as Veron Castellin chops across Ariel Elkin to keep his position, and the Israeli is trying to get his move up the order. So this could be a very gripping end to the race. 2 laps to go, and Dodds is still keeping Keeble in his sights. Tarpanen still 3rd in front of Kucharczyk, Del Pino and Ugachukwu from Lindblad, who sets the fastest lap of the race. He's trying to catch up to the top 6. Gubenko in 8th place from Tunion, Lesetua. Spina in 11th place. Another great comeback from Veron Castellin and Elkin. So as the duel continues, up in front, Keeble still leads Dodds. It's not a bad position for either driver because they get to run at the front end of the field. And here comes the move. Up on the inside of Tarpanen comes Kucharczyk, but Tarpanen won't let it happen. Del Pino's going to close in on the pole now. And Ugachukwu is right there in 6th position. Lindblad is going to close up as well. Now Lindblad needs to make some overtaking moves here. He wants a decent starting position. He can't afford to be as low down as 7th if he wants to be up at the sharp end. He needs a little bit more from this race than P7. But I think between Keeble and Dodds, it's a done deal for Harley Keeble. The Tony Kart factory driver is there in front of Dodds. Dodds can be comfortable in second place. It's not a bad place to be. This is going to be about what Ugo Chukwu can salvage from this last lap. Here we go. He's in sixth. If he stays there, he's going to be fine. But if he drops to seventh behind Lindblad, then Dodds will grab the pole. So Ugo Chukwu is now defending to Lindblad. He can't quite get close enough to Bruno Del Pino. And of course, if it does tie for points, it goes back to their qualifying positions, and Dodds was fractionally faster than Ugo Chukwu, so the American needs to stay in sixth place. He can't afford to lose ground to Lindblad. Del Pino gets up the inside of Kucharczyk on the last lap. He dives through for fourth position. Lindblad is doing everything he can to get back on terms with Ugo Chukwu in the last lap. Del Pino's defending Kucharczyk. Ugo Chukwu might get a chance here. They're side by side, and up goes Kucharczyk, but he keeps it on there. Ugo Chukwu's getting himself into the danger zone, but he dives up the inside, gets past Del Pino. That's going to be enough for pole position for the American as Keeble gets the victory from Max Dodds. Third place is going to be Tarpanen. Fourth is Kucharczyk. Fifth is Ugo Chukwu, and that will do. That will be good enough for the American to snatch pole position for the final. He may have been unbeaten yesterday, but Ugo Chukwu has just got enough there to get himself onto the front of the grid for the final. Goodness me, he ran the gauntlet in the last couple of laps when Del Pino and Kucharczyk were having a duel. But well done to Harley Keeble. He's got himself back into contention with a brilliant victory at the end of the day here. Before the final, he gets a crucial win over Max Dodds and Tuka Tarpanen. Timo Kucharczyk is the fourth place, sorry. Ugo Chukwu is fifth ahead of Arvid Lindblad. Bruno Del Pino seventh from Kubenko, Tunion and Alfio Spina. Lesatua is 11th in front of Maxime Furon Castellan. 13th place is Ariel Elkin from Maxim Rem. Julius Dinesen ahead of Emo Fittipaldi. Then Edgar Piligov and Jonathan Waywat from Francesco Merengue, Eric Gene, Benjamin Silvesterson and Jokubas Bogdanovicius. And for the first time all weekend, 22 drivers start the junior heat, 22 drivers finish it. So we're allowed one clean race in the seniors, and now we're allowed one clean race in the juniors. But crucially, with Ugo Chukwu in fifth and Max Dodds in second, it's the American that will take pole position for the final. That was a big moment in these races. So let's take a look at the best bits from a thrilling encounter. Decided on the start for Dodds as Keeble goes with him at the first line. Look, Ugo Chukwu is doing his best to keep the car planted in the right position, but he's now got Del Pino up the inside. He's got to make a decision here. He rolls off the power and lets Del Pino go, but that means that with everybody else flat on the throttle, he's now got to try and get himself into a decent position on the road. So he slots in behind Kucharczyk, and that puts him down to about 7th place. But crucially, he's got the inside line for turn 2. So he's actually in a safer position by being on that inside line. He was lucky there because that was one of the Forza Racing karts darting up the inside over the grass. I think it was Waywat trying to come through, and then he ended up getting nudged across the grass. So Ugo Chukwu almost got sideswiped there by the Dane. No fault of his own from Johnny Waywat that he was in that position. I think he ended up getting tapped by someone else, and that's what skated him over the grass. But he was lucky there, Ugo Chukwu, that he didn't get sideswiped. That would have been a pole position ending moment. But Dodds and Keeble are out in front. And of course, all of the time, these two drivers are thinking about what they need. Keeble is absolutely adamant, I need to win. I need to win to get a decent grid position. That's the best I can do. Dodds is having to play the percentages battle at this stage, because he's thinking here, well, if I get a first or a second, I'm in as best a position as I can be. But look at Lindblad trying to go for Tarpanen. Tarpanen has basically thrown the anchor over the side of the boat, and he's keeping it very nicely planted in 3rd place. He doesn't think that there's going to be any chance, really, at this stage of catching up with these two, or he's got some tactics that he's playing there. That looks to me so early doors, Tarpanen deciding, well, I'm going to block the rest of the field. I think that there's some kind of power play going on there, because Tarpanen is easily as quick as Keeble. He's proved it all weekend, but he's thrown down the defensive line and he's letting the leading two go. I think Tony Kart wanted as many of their drivers in the final as humanly possible, and giving Keeble the chance to go for the victory gives them a chance to get there. Tarpanen is already safe and sound as long as he remains in the top 3, which he does. And this little battle between Lindblad and Tunion almost got very nasty, but this is the little duel that gives Ugachukwu the chance to qualify at the pole position, because he gets through into 6th position in front of Lesatua by sweeping past Lindblad and Tunion. Now that move is essentially what put Ugachukwu into pole position, because he kept himself out of trouble and diced up the inside. Now Keeble makes the move on Dodds. At this phase, Dodds does the right thing. He's obviously got Keeble, who he's not battling with for the victory in the final yet, but he could well end up with him later. But if he gets himself into a problem with Keeble and they both end up off the circuit, then there's no chance of getting to the front. So he lets Keeble go. Now here's Kucharczyk making the move on Del Pino, but again, this is the stereotypical move. Kucharczyk's gone deep into the hairpin to get the move past Del Pino. The Spaniard decides, right, I'm just going to slot in behind him and let it happen. But Kucharczyk has other ideas. He's going to go for Tarpanen. This is such good defensive driving from Tarpanen. He just keeps his foot in round the outside and holds on to that 3rd position. There's not many drivers in this junior field that can make a move like that stick, but Tarpanen is definitely one of them. So he pulls off a nice maneuver there into 3rd place. But as they go into the last lap, this is all where it gets tricky, because Arvid Lindblad in 7th place is the fastest man on track at this point, closing in on Ugachukwu. If he gets past the American, it counts back to time qualifying and Dodds has the pole. But Arvid Lindblad is pushing hard, so Ugachukwu needs to think about what he's going to do here. He doesn't get flustered, he doesn't panic, he holds the inside line because he knows that 3rd, 4th and 5th are right there in front of him, and they're going to get into the battle later on in the lap. So he's not panicking at this stage. He's just keeping himself in front of Lindblad because he knows that if he's just patient, the race is going to come back to him. And it's exactly what happens, because Tarpanen holds his line. He's desperately trying to hang on to 3rd position, so he's keeping his cart as wide as possible. That backs Kucharczyk into Del Pino. Del Pino throws caution to the winds and think, right, the team is going to move forward here, so I'm going to get up the inside of Kucharczyk. Kucharczyk tries to defend. They both lose momentum. Del Pino comes through, and Ugachukwu, look, he suddenly emerges on the scene with Lindblad. He's right there, so he is now back into contention. He's lost a lot of ground, but he's gained it back by just letting the drivers come back into position. Tarpanen is still throwing defensive caution as the 2 leaders are gone. Del Pino now moves across. He's going to defend. Kucharczyk needs to go the switchback, but here comes Ugachukwu. Look, he's going to go round the outside. That's a brave move from Kucharczyk, but they're both going to drift wide. Ugachukwu waits. He doesn't panic about this. He's not going to make the immediate move. Now he knows that there's space because he can follow Kucharczyk in and he can pick up just one move. He doesn't need to get too many overtaking moves done here. Just one will do. Lindblad gets past Del Pino as well. It's such intelligent driving from Ugachukwu. He doesn't just slingshot it up the inside. He waits for the overtaking move to appear. He doesn't just charge in. Keeble gets a great win. Dodds gets an intelligent 2nd place. Tarpanen is gifted 3rd position by all of that battling. But Ugachukwu is the real star. He gets 5th and pole position.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So now the attention focuses away from the junior battle into the OK senior battle, and there are just 2 races to play out. The first of those is going to see another man who's been unbeaten up until this point at the front end of the field. Taylor Barnard hoping to make it a clean sweep of victories. He's had 3 so far. He could well get a 4th as we battle away around this Napoli circuit. We caught up with him at the end of yesterday's heats to see just how he is feeling ahead of his last encounter before the final.
We qualified pole yesterday, so we keep the momentum into today. The race has been very good all day and we just managed to keep consistent results. P1 in every race, I can't complain. I think the package is very good at the moment. The engine and the chassis are working together very well. The first lap is always the best, and then we just managed to pull a gap and just keep consistent. I like the track, like every track, but I think the material suits this track quite a lot. So I think the pace will be very good tomorrow, very solid, and I hope we can carry it on into the final.
So after getting the fastest time from qualifying and then a victory in all 3 of his heats yesterday, all Taylor Barnard essentially has to do is get into the first corner first. And the way that things were yesterday, none of the other drivers in this field will see which way he went. That's how impressive his package and his performance has been over the last 48 hours. He's just been so resolute about getting things right. He was a little frustrated after Zuera when the final happened, because he finished in 2nd position and he looked as if there was something missing. He had given it everything he had, and there was something, just a little bit frustration bubbling over from Barnard. He felt, I could have won that one. I should have won that one. So here at Napoli, it seems that he's leaving no doubt about it. He wants to come straight in and get the job done right from the off. And he's not leaving any doubt in anybody's minds as to who is the most competitive driver within that particular team and within this particular field in general. So he lines up on the front row of the grid again alongside Juho Valtonen, the man that he was able to overtake in fantastic style at Alaharma last year to grab 2nd in the World Championship finals. So they've met before, these two. They know each other of old. They have a lot of respect for each other in terms of their driving styles. So it could be a very interesting run to the first corner. 3rd position on the starting grid, it is the very talented Irishman Alex Dunn, who finds himself there in position on the 3rd slot of the grid, the Birolart driver. All sorts of difficulties yesterday for the youngster. Mechanical problems affecting him in almost every race he did yesterday, but he's always found his ability to charge himself back into contention. And considering he is the new face within the Birolart team, he has consistently been the fastest driver within that squad as well. So ever since he joined them at Zuera. So he's clearly got himself into the right team with the right frame of mind, and he can do wonders with that package if he gets the chance. Jamie Day lines up alongside him on that 2nd row of the grid, the Leclerc by Lennox driver. So another fantastic battle for the competitor. It's going to be a really interesting run for him in the 2nd row of the grid, and he will be there in P4. Rounding out the top 6 on the 3rd row of the grid, it is the hero of the hour at the moment, the boy wonder from local here in Italy, Nicolo Kuman, who lines up 5th position on the grid from the inside of the 3rd row. And he will be there for the BM Karting team ASD once again, as he runs with Norton Andreasen, the Swedish driver, who runs there on the outside of the 3rd row as he battles away for position. 7th on the grid, it is Mikko Paparo, the Praga driver, the Italian. And then Marcus Amond is 8th position for the VDK Racing team. He's on the outside of the 4th row. And then in 9th position, it is the Brazilian Matias Morgato. And rounding out the top 10, it is Nicolas Pertolatti for the Pantano team. These battles are going to be very, very intense, of course, as they are the last race of the day before the finals for each of these drivers. So they'll be wanting to give it the best shot they possibly can. On the 6th row of the starting grid for this one, it is Josep Marti for the DPK squad, the Kart Republic Motorsport chassis. Genis Savico for CRG lines up in 12th position on the grid, the Spaniard. 13th on the starting grid is the German Joel Mesch, and he is there in the TB Racing machine. Robert De Haan, the Flying Dutchman, really struggling for raw pace, but they are there in 14th position on the grid for this one, on the outside of the 7th row. For the Pantano team, it is the Renzo Rosico, who is lining up 15th on the starting grid. And then for Portugal, it is Pedro Perino. He is there, the young man for the Kart Republic team, in 16th position on the grid. Thanapong Bangsatumnu lines up 17th on the grid for this one. The young man from Thailand, he couldn't make it for the last round of the championship at Zuera. No, sorry, he was there. I do apologize. He was there at Zuera. He was one of the only drivers from Thailand who could make it out because he's based in Europe these days. Matthias Salonen, 18th on the starting grid. He wasn't able to race at Zuera, but the CV Performance Group driver is now back in action again here at Napoli. And then 19th on the starting grid, the French racer Lola Lovinfoss. She finds herself there on the 10th row of the grid on the inside line for Ward Racing. And in 20th on the grid, it is Tony Nauder, her colleague and compatriot there, the Swiss driver in the Expert Racing chassis. So it is an all-female row 10. Matthias Torrigiani, the privateer, is 21st on the starting grid aboard his Tony kart. Mario Schettino, the wild card, lines up in the Paralin in 22nd on the grid, and then 23rd after a disastrous qualifying session. Maximus Meyer is just trying to make up gains as he charges his way back through the field. The race is going to get underway in a little under 6 minutes' time as the drivers will get themselves off the starting grid and into their positions. But the drivers are currently taking shelter underneath the pre-grid covering because it is obviously very, very hot here, and it's getting hotter all the time. 30 degrees Celsius is the current air temperature, which means the track temperature is going to be in the low 50s at the moment, 51 to 52 degrees Celsius, as they battle away for positions. The drivers will get underway very shortly.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So with these races in the OK category, of course, they are slightly longer in length than the junior battles. 10 laps in duration, which means the race heats are 15.47 kilometers in duration. And the drivers obviously want to make the best use of the time that they have out on the circuit. They want to make sure that the first few moves that they make in that opening lap are comfortable and a quite steady pace. But there are so many challenges around this circuit. You come out of the final turn at the end of the lap and you're basically flat on the throttle all the way down to the braking point for turn 2 as you're flat on the throttle through the first corner. And this is a circuit where obviously with everything being particularly hot and the temperatures being high within the engine, within the water temperature of the radiators, with everything, these are the kind of conditions that breed engine seizures. We saw a few of them this morning when in the warm-up sessions they either try to bed in the engine to bleed it in to get it ready for the race itself, or they try new settings just to see how far they can push things. And you do tend to see a lot of engine seizures within the warm-up sessions, perhaps more than you would do during races themselves, as the mechanics are obviously working with their drivers to try and find the ultimate setup and the ultimate settings that the car need to be in to get their best and maximum performances from races. So it can always be quite a tall order as the drivers and mechanics are working with each other to try and make the progress. Fascinating situation. We're here for the second round of the FIA Karting European Championship at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. If you've only just joined us, you're about to get ready for the final 2 heats of the weekend for the seniors before the finals that take place this afternoon. 1:45 local time for the junior final, 2:45 local time for the senior encounter. And it's going to be a great battle in each of those classes. We now know the orders for proceedings in the juniors. It's all just being finalized and confirmed, and it will of course be concluded and be made official in the gap between the final heat of the OK seniors and the final itself. But it's a nice moment to give a bit of a nod to the people behind the scenes here who have been working tirelessly to make sure that events like this go ahead. All of the track staff and all of the marshals at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. Without you guys, we couldn't race at all. And we're very, very much indebted and grateful to all of you for your tireless hard work, particularly the marshals out on the circuit. A massive group of volunteers who love their racing and are passionate about making sure that the sport can continue. Hiding as they are on their marshal posts under the parasols. Without those, they really would fry over the course of the race days. So we're very grateful indeed to the marshals and the officials around the circuit. Grazie mille. For all of the hard work that the marshals are doing around the circuit. It really is fantastic to see all of their hard work rewarded with an amazing event like this. Also, of course, to everybody behind the scenes at the FIA, it's not been the easiest of times during the COVID-19 outbreak, when the world has essentially been on pause for a good 3 months around the world. But the time to racing had to come back. We needed to get on with it, not just because of the need for obviously the motivation of having sporting events to take our minds off the difficult times, but also for financial implications. There are many businesses and companies that are obviously very embedded and involved in the world of motorsport. You have to keep those going, otherwise you will have a mass fallout on your hands of many businesses and companies folding under financial stress. So I have to say a massive thank you to everybody behind the scenes at the FIA for putting these COVID-19 regulations and guidelines in play to make it easier for us to go racing under these difficult times. We're able to go racing once again. Massive congratulations and thanks as well to all of the team within the RGMMC group, the promoters of the event as well, putting all these incredible things in places, from the admin team to the track build-up and support crew, everybody from the caterers who are feeding the team as they go through each day, and everyone who has been able to bring motor racing at this level back to the peak of its ability. And it really is turning into a fascinating European Championship. That wouldn't happen without the people behind the scenes making it happen here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli, within the FIA themselves and within the RGMMC group. And I, for one, am very grateful to be back and doing what we do best, racing. So qualifying heat A versus D is back in action once again. It will get the drivers out onto the circuit very shortly indeed. And we'll see the likes of Taylor Barnard, Juha Valtonen, Alex Dunn, Jamie Day, Nicolo Kuman and Norton Andreasen fight from the front end of the grid as they will charge out for position. 36 places available on the starting grid, only 56 drivers in the field, so 20 of them are going to have to go home empty-handed. Which 20? We'll find out shortly as the field head out on track. So Taylor Barnard is pole position from Juha Valtonen, Alex Dunn and Jamie Day, Nicolo Kuman and Norton Andreasen from Michael Paparo and Marcus Simond, with Matthias Mogato and Nicolas Pertolatti in the top 10. Josep Marti and Jennis Savico, Joel Mesh and Robert Dehaan, Lorenzo Risico and Pedro Perino from Tadapongpan Satumnu and Matthias Salonen, Lola Lovinfoss and Tony Nauda from Matthias Torrigiani, Mario Scatino and Maximus Meyer. 23 drivers in this particular heat, and they represent almost half of the entirety of the field. In fact, they represent exactly half, 56 drivers trying to compete to battle away in this final reckoning. But for qualifying heat A versus D, Taylor Barnard essentially has to do what he did 3 times yesterday. Get into the first corner first, have a quick look over the shoulder, and then bolt away. For the rest of the drivers, their responsibility and duty is clear. Stay out of trouble on the first lap and make it happen in the following 9. So Taylor Barnard alongside Juha Valtonen from the grid, Alex Dunn and Jamie Day on the second row, Kuman and Andreasen, Paparo and Amond, Mogato, Pertolatti, Marti, Savico, Mesh, Dehaan, Risico, Perino, Satumnu, Salonen, Lovinfoss, Nauda, Torrigiani, Scatino and Meyer. As the field works its way through the final corner of the lap, we will go racing, hopefully first time of asking. Race director Nigel Edwards will give them the signal when he is satisfied that the rows are in position. They come up the final turn. That's a good start. Taylor Barnard is going to have some support from Alex Dunn through the first turn. A cracking start from Valtonen, and we've got 2 karts into the barriers. Oh, we've had enough of the first corner. 3 karts off the road. And it's 2 karts that have tangled together at the first corner. And it looks like Rasmus Jutsimis has ended up entangled in the car. Oh no, that's Marcus Amond. That's Marcus Amond in trouble, and we are full course yellows. For the first time this weekend, we are full course yellows. So obviously the drivers have come through in the first corner, and it looks like Nicolo Kuman and Marcus Amond are involved in this one. What a shame for Nicolo Kuman. Red flags is where we're at. So the race has been stopped. So obviously the situation is a little bit more necessity for the red flag protocols. So the drivers have obviously come through in the first corner. Nicolo Kuman walks away from the scene. But now we obviously need a little bit more support work from the support staff as the red flag comes out on the circuit. The drivers will be brought onto the main straight. And as they are brought onto the start-finish line, the medical teams will go through their protocols and ensure that the driver in question, Marcus Amond, is given the correct attention and the correct treatment. As Nicolo Kuman runs back in, so he has come away from the scene and he is okay. A little bit unfortunate for the young Italian, but obviously because the race has been red flagged on the first lap, the guidelines and the regulations under these situations means he should be able to come back into the pit lane and get a restart. But obviously we have to adhere to the protocols and the procedures of the red flag. So we will allow the officials and the marshals around the circuit to do that. So let's have a look and see what happened at the start of that race. Then for the drivers in there, but Nicolo Kuman is able to walk away from it. Marcus Amond in some difficulty. So we're obviously under red flag conditions. Let's have a look at the incident that brought us into this situation. So we've got Taylor Barnard coming through to the first corner, Alex Dunn alongside Valtonen, but watching the middle, you've got a little tag of wheels there as Nicolo Kuman and Norton Andreasen bang wheels, and Marcus Amond and Nicolo Kuman are basically escorted at high speed to the first corner, and that's where the situation becomes necessary for a red flag. So we'll allow the safety crews and the teams to do their best to assist Marcus Amond in the situation. It's the first red flag situation of the weekend. But hopefully it is not too severe. Nicolo Kuman doing the sporting thing and the right thing there, trying to get himself to assist. The drivers are going to walk away from their karts. The karts are going to be left on the starting grid. Only 2 drivers will need a replacement kart if they're going to be able to take up the start again. Nicolo Kuman has actually returned to the scene of the incident to see if he can help, which is a very sporting decision and a very worthy one of the young man in question. So we're just going to make sure that everybody is A-OK from that part of the course. It's obviously a very ferocious looking accident. Nicolo Kuman has actually run over to the scene of the incident to see if there's anything he can do to help. What a sporting young man. So Nicolo Kuman running over to the scene and now making his way back again. But obviously the safety and well-being of the driver is the most relevant matter at the moment. So we need to allow the safety teams to do what they can to make sure that Marcus Amond is okay. And obviously that means then that obviously everybody needs to be very circumspect about the situation. They need to stay calm. They obviously need to stay fairly humble about the situation. And they obviously need to go through the correct protocols and channels. As Nicolo Kuman returns to the pit lane, hopefully he will have his spare kart standing by. As long as the drivers have their second kart that they use in these weekends in the pre-grid before the original start, then they should be okay. Well, I can tell you that the medical crew have now managed to extricate Marcus Amond from the scene, and he will go for medical checks. So we'll obviously make sure that things can return to racing procedure. We're told that the race will be restarted after the red flag procedure and the safety protocols have been carried out, and it will be a full restart. So the drivers will be able to go back to their original starting positions, minus Marcus Amond, who will not be taking the restart. Well, we're just looking back again at pictures from the side of the racetrack from the incident earlier on. And obviously the medical team is now going to work to carry out their protocol to ensure that Marcus Amand has the best treatment possible. We're under red flag conditions here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli for an incident at the start involving 3 drivers. A little tag between Nicola Kuman and Norton Andreasen, resulting in Kuman's kart spitting into the side of Marcus Amand's, and a big accident. Now the drivers are being signaled to return to the circuit on the starting grid. Now that is a positive sign, because if it was anything a little more severe than that, then I don't think they would be restarting the race so quickly. So he's in the capable hands of the medical team now, and we wish Marcus Amand a speedy recovery. But the signs are good. I'm told from sources around the circuit that he is awake. So that is obviously very good news, just in some physical discomfort, obviously, after such a big accident at the start. But the race is going to restart, and it is a full restart at this point as well, because obviously the first lap was not completed, and the red flags came out before they even completed the first sector, I do believe. So the race will be a full restart, and they will be allowed to take up their positions on the starting grid in the exact same positions. Now, the big question that we need answering here is the wildcard driver, Nicola Kuman, going to be able to take up the restart? It will all come down to essentially whether or not his kart is ready to go, his second kart. Norton Andreasen's machine is being brought back to the grid. They've obviously done some work to it because the contact he had on the run to the first corner might have been pretty hefty. And so they've obviously had to make sure that he can take up the start again. So you can see there, Norton Andreasen's kart is being brought back into position where he will start from the outside of the third row. And that is the same kart he started the race with. So they've clearly managed to get it working again. And maybe there wasn't as much damage as first feared. But now we need to figure out, essentially, whether Nicola Kuman can take up the restart again. What this does mean is that on the outside of on the inside, sorry, of row 4 is Michael Paparo, the Italian, and he actually has a clear path of trajectory to move through up into about 3rd or 4th place off the start. So let's have a look one more time at the incident, because obviously we know now that Marcus Amand is in safe hands with the medical teams. I want to see just how much damage Norton Andreasen's kart might have sustained in that impact. So as they come down to the first corner, we've slowed it right down on this occasion. Now, Norton Andreasen, you can see he's going to come alongside Kuman. Watch for the contact with the Ward Racing machine as they come through the first corner. Where has that struck? It's on the right rear quarter. Kuman has unsettled. He's basically gone underneath Amand. Amand has essentially been thrown up in the air and gone airborne. That's a big, big impact with the wall on the outside of turn 1. It's the worst kind of accident to have in these karts at this circuit, because essentially once you've gone airborne, you don't have any time to slow the kart down. He's landed back on the circuit, but there isn't really a lot of time to decelerate or get any speed. The brakes are completely ineffective at that point, so he's gone in with a fairly hefty impact. But I am told that he is awake, and that is obviously very good news. We will find out any further updates as we get them, and we'll let you know how things are. But obviously Nicola Kuman a little bit shaken himself because he was involved in that one. I think both men are lucky to get out of it, and Nicola Kuman in particular doing the sporting thing straight away and coming straight in to help Marcus Amand. So the drivers are getting themselves suited and booted and gloved up once again. And obviously that little pause in proceedings will definitely have made things a little bit hotter out there on the circuit, because the temperatures will be continuing to rise. So now we need to answer the next question. We already know that Marcus Amand is not going to be able to take up the restart because he is in the hands of the medical team. But Nicola Kuman, that's an interesting one, because in terms of his physicality, he doesn't appear to have picked up any injuries from that one. He's been able to walk back to the pits, figure out what happens next, walk back to the scene of the incident to see if there's anything he can do to help, bless him, and then come back again to see if he can get his spare kart ready for the start. And that's the big question. Can the wild card, Nicola Kuman, get back into the race again? And obviously that's a bit of a debate at the moment, because I think they're just trying to make sure that obviously the correct protocols and procedures must be carried out in that element as well. You can only take the restart if your kart is there, ready to go. The second kart, this is. The spare kart is ready to go in the pre-grid before the race starts. Now, this was the incident. We saw a similar thing happen in the heats at Zuera, actually, with the OK category, because we had a big start line shot. If you remember 3 weeks ago, in the final heat of Saturday, we had a big accident which took out about 13 karts from the fray on the first turn at Zuera, and only one of them was unable to restart, and that was the Australian James Wharton, who was rather unfortunate because he had had his kart ready to go in the pre-grid for every heat up until that point. But for some reason, whatever it was, his kart wasn't ready in the pre-grid at the start of the final heat that basically ended up triggering the accident. And that meant he was the only competitor in the field who couldn't restart on that occasion. So that was a rather sad case of affairs for the Australian. But obviously all thoughts are with Marcus Amond, and hopefully the medical teams are getting themselves all sorted with him, and I'm sure they're in very safe hands. We are restarting, but unfortunately it looks as though we are restarting without Nicolo Kuman. That is unfortunate. So an additional formation lap, and there are now 2 absences from the grid. Marcus Amond, after taking a lot of damage to the kart, and hopefully not too much damage to himself. But rather sadly, the wildcard hero, Nicolo Kuman, looks unable to take up the restart as well. And that is unfortunate. The kart's sustaining too much damage, and they can't restart the last heat. What a shame. What a shame. It's always rather unfortunate when you get these incidents. What it means is that everybody basically involved in the incident further back is able to move up another place. But it does mean that we're going to restart the race without Nicolo Kuman or Marcus Amond. Very unfortunate situation. So Taylor Barnard and Juho Valtonen will take up their positions at the front of the grid, from Alex Dunn and Jamie Day, Norton Andreasen and Michael Paparo, and then Matthias Mogato and Nicolas Pertilati from Josep Marti and Jenis Savico, Mesh, Dehan, Rasico, Perino, Sutumnu, Salonen, Lovenfoss, Nauda, Torrigiani, Scatino and Maya. And now we're going to see if this third attempt at a start, because we'd already had one false start, let's see if this one gets us underway. Out of the final turn, Barnard on the inside, Valtonen on the outside, and it's a great start immediately as Barnard and Dunn sweep across to the first corner, and the karts make their way through the first turn, and we've had another kart going off on the inside line. That's one of the Leclerc by Lennoxes that's gone off. And now it looks as though we've got the wild card, Nicolo Kuman, rejoining at the back of the field, and we got 2 karts off in the middle of the second turn, and it's one of the Birolats. So we've got several karts, Flotsam and Jetsam, all over the circuit. Now, who is that that's been left behind up at turn 2? I think that's Thanapongpak Satumnu. Yes, it is the Thailand racer, as Nicolo Kuman overtakes him. And it looks like the Paralin went off on the first turn as well. That is the 105, is it? Oh, the Paralin? No, I think it's a little further back than that. It's the 195. That's Mario Scatino. So he certainly had a big off on the first turn, as Nicolo Kuman has obviously had a slow start. It was Jamie Day in the Leclerc by Lennox that went off on the first corner. So Jamie Day is the one who runs wide. But out in front, it is Taylor Barnard, no longer in the lead. It's Juho Valtonen who leads the way, from Taylor Barnard in second. Now, this is going to be an interesting one as Barnard makes his bid to get past Valtonen. Valtonen's going to hold him at bay, and Taylor Barnard is going to make his bid to try and come through to take the lead back again, with Alex Dunn in third and Michael Paparo, the Praga, in fourth position. So Barnard having a look at Valtonen, who goes a little bit wide into the hairpin. Alex Dunn is sat there in third place looking for his own bid to try and come by. But with Valtonen ahead of Taylor Barnard, this is going to be fascinating. Now, Barnard's got to be careful here, because he's got a guaranteed pole position staring him in the face if he can hang on to at least the top 2. Paparo's making his bid to get past Alex Dunn, and the Birolat remains in third position. The new boy at the Birolat team from Ireland, running a great race here in 3. 4 is Paparo, 5 is Matthias Mogato, the Brazilian. So Valtonen in the Pantano continues to lead, the Rosberg Racing Academy driver of Taylor Barnard. Ex-Formula 1 talent, very ripe in this grid in the management stakes. So Valtonen in front of Barnard. Third place is Alex Dunn, fourth place Michael Paparo, and fifth place is Matthias Mogato. They come through once again. Is there going to be a strong challenge now from Taylor Barnard onto Juho Valtonen? He's been the fastest driver all weekend. Can Valtonen hold him at bay? This is a rerun of the World Championships at Alaharma last year when we had these two battling away to try and catch up to Lorenzo Travasanuto. But now Taylor Barnard's making his bid to come past once again. We've got a kart in trouble on the far side of the course. It looks like one of the Exprits that's had a bit of a problem. Can't quite make out who it is. I think it is Tony Nauder, potentially. So Tony Nauder seems to have gone off the course, along with the likes of Lorenzo Rosico and Robert Dehaan. They've all dropped down the order. And into the pits comes Rosico. So Rosico's got a problem in the Pantano. The other one's about to be overtaken by Taylor Barnard, who gets through. Taylor Barnard gets back into the lead of the race. Valtonen's going to try and take him on again as Alex Dunn sets the fastest lap on the race, and now he's trying to come back into second position. Valtonen is swarming around behind Barnard. He wants to get back into the lead, but Barnard has bolted. So now Barnard is away in the lead, and he's already got a bit of space between himself and Valtonen. He's just opening up the taps and disappearing. The second you let Taylor Barnard get into the lead, it's curtains for anybody else's chances, as Matthias Morgado has now moved into fourth place past Michael Paparo, and Savico and Andreasen have both managed to get the move on Joel Mesh. So as the field continues to tussle away, that is the move from Pepe Marti as he comes up the inside line and gets through on Joel Mesh as well. But Taylor Barnard has already started to rocket away from Juho Valtonen. Alex Dunn is still there in P3 from Matthias Morgado and Michael Paparo. The top five continue to sustain the pressure out front. But Barnard has already pulled 0.3 of a second clear of Valtonen in one lap. So he's almost won this race already, as Valtonen is trying to stay with him, but Barnard is just disappearing in the lead. So Barnard out in front, Valtonen in second, third is Alex Dunn, Morgado, and in fifth place, Michael Paparo. Andreasen has managed to get past Jenis Savico for sixth position. Marti is in eighth place, and then it is Matthias Salonen in front of Joel Mesh. So the McLaren customer orange colours of the TV racing kart in 10th position, struggling to maintain the pace, as he's now down in 10th position. 11th place is Nicolas Bertolatti in the Pantano, and then Pedro Perino is trying to hold off Jamie Day, who has fought his way back into 13th place, the Leclerc by Lennox driver. So the battle continues. Taylor Barnard is now stretching his legs out in the front end of the field. He's now more than half a second clear, with Valtonen trying to sustain second place from Alex Dunn. Dunn is giving him plenty of pressure, and the Finn is going to have the Irishman all over him as they come into the final laps of this race. So with Barnard in the lead, Alex Dunn is giving Valtonen all the pressure, and he needs to get through quickly because the Brazilian Matthias Morgado, the other new member of the team, has now made his way up into fourth place, and we saw these two duel yesterday. Morgado was the one who was able to go slightly quicker than Alex Dunn. So essentially now Alex Dunn needs to make the move on Valtonen quickly before Morgado can get close to him, and Dunn has got good pace out of the final turn. So Valtonen is working his magic to try and stay in the hunt. But look at Barnard, he's just stretching out the gap. He's got a decent advantage now. Alex Dunn still trying to close in on Valtonen as Morgado closes in on both men. But you've got to keep pushing, you've got to get that rhythm. So neat and tidy in these karts. Valtonen maintains second position in the Pantano. Alex Dunn in third position in the Birolart. And as they come through, it's going to be an interesting battle for Michael Paparo in fifth place in a moment, because Norton Andreasen has dropped Jenis Savico and is starting to catch up to him now. So the Swede could well make it to the top five if he keeps this kind of pace up. Oh, slowing! Morgado! Morgado has slowed down! Morgado's engine seized! There he is in the background. Morgado is out of this race. What a disaster from the Brazilian. Matthias Morgado's engine seizes, and that is game over for the Brazilian just as he was closing in on the top three. Oh, disaster for Matthias Morgado. And that's really going to hamper his chances of a decent grid position in the final two. So what a shame for Matthias Morgado. He was always going to find it difficult to get close to Valtonen and Dunn, but they've made their lives a lot easier as into the pits comes Mario Schettino of the Paralymp squad. There's Joel Mesh trying to close up now on Matthias Salonen for 8th position. But now Valtonen and Dunn have got it pretty much on a silver platter as they duel over second place. But even if Alex Dunn doesn't overtake Valtonen, third place is a pretty solid position for the Irishman to finish. But I think he wants to prove himself. He wants to go after Valtonen and make a bid for second place. But he'll only make the move if he knows it's there. So Dunn is going after Valtonen. Further back, Andreasen is going after Paparo. So Michael Paparo is still pushing hard in the Praga as he tries to move his way forward, but Andreasen is going to get the line up the inside line. That was almost inevitable as Andreasen catches the Italian and dives for the inside line. Up into fourth place goes the Ward Racing superstar. So Norton Andreasen is now in fourth place, and Michael Paparo in fifth position. From Jenis Savico in sixth for CRG, then it's Marti, Salonen, Mesh and Jamie Day, who has finally got back past Nicolas Pertolatti, and the Leclerc by Lennox driver is up into 10th place. A lap and a half to go, not even that, as Barnard has stretched out the gap ahead of Valtonen and Dunn. And they will charge forward in the latter stages of this race as Alex Dunn closes up on Valtonen a little bit more. He might be able to get second place here as we go into the last lap. But Andreasen is going to try and stretch away from Paparo. Look at Taylor Barnard just marching into the lead. An absolutely thrilling run from Taylor Barnard, this one. 56.0, he's just setting fastest lap after fastest lap out there. And it really does look as though he is untouchable when he gets into the lead of these races. If he can do that in the final, he will take the lead of the Drivers' Championship. But he's certainly going to move into the lead of the Drivers' Championship anyway, because he will get the clean sweep of victories in the heats, and that will give him the 10 points in the championship for qualifying heats. And that puts him right into the lead of the title fight, with his close rival for the title, Antonelli, struggling to be in the top 10 of the qualifying heats. This is a great run from Taylor Barnard as he comes into the final turn for the last time before the final. Taylor Barnard wins for the fourth time today. Fourth time this weekend, I should say. But it's a great result. He looks back, he knows that Valtonen and Dunn are a little way back in second and third. But for Taylor Barnard, it's more important than that. He gets the 10 points that pole position for the final gives him, with his main rival for the title, Antonelli, a long way down the order by comparison. That puts Taylor Barnard into the lead of the European Championship. An amazing display all weekend. Even when he's lost the lead, he's not got flustered. He's just dug deep, got on with it, found the speed, found the moment, and taken the lead of the European Championship with a fourth win this weekend. Taylor Barnard wins from Juho Valtonen and Alex Dunn. Norton Andreasen is fourth from Michael Paparo. Jenis Savico in P6 from Joseph Marti. Matthias Salonen is eighth in front of John Mesh. And then Jamie Day in 10th position ahead of Nicolas Pertolatti and Pedro Perino. Lola Lovinfos is ahead of Maximus Meyer from Robert De Haan and Matthias Torrigiani. Tony Nauda is 17th in front of Thana Pongpang Satumnu. And then the retirements, Mario Scatino, Matthias Mogato, Lorenzo Rosico, and I'm afraid the man who didn't start, Marcus Simond. And then there was a retirement after only 2 laps as well from, well, not even before the race even started actually. Nicolo Kuman did 1 lap, and unfortunately he had a mechanical problem with the new kart, so could not finish the race there either. A real shame for Kuman and Amond, as their race came to a premature end at the very first corner, and that's going to compromise both men a chance to start the final. I'm not entirely sure if Amond is going to start the final now, whether he's qualified for it or not. So let's have a look back over the dramatic race battle in qualifying heat A versus D. So this is the original start, of course. Up to the first corner, Kuman and Andreasen are about to tap wheels. Bang! And Kuman is basically sent straight into the path of Amond, who has no chance to slow down. And he strikes the barriers. That brought out the red flags. So an unfortunate incident that's taken out the wild card, Nicolo Kuman, and the Frenchman, Marcus Amond. The red flags came out fairly quickly after such a big impact into the wall at the first corner. No chance for either driver to slow down. So they went in pretty solidly. And it's more the rough nature of the incident more than anything else. Here's the actual start, the restart, as it were. Alex Dunn got a good getaway, but essentially got chopped across by Valtonen. Valtonen made a good run off the course. Andreasen then mixed it with Jamie Day, and it was Day that went off the course. But by this, Valtonen has basically come from the outside line to chop straight across on the inside line and has actually made the move on Taylor Barnard. He now protects the inside line. And Valtonen's made the better start than Taylor Barnard. That's just experience, I think, counting in Valtonen's favour, as running wide there, we've got Tharapumpaksa Timnu spinning. And then we've got one of the drivers, I think it was Rosico, potentially running deep and running wide off the circuit and rejoining. I know it was Pertilati, in fact, I think, having an incident. But then Tharapumpaksa Timnu is trying to restart. Nicolo Kuman is about to come around the outside of him to move up another position. But unfortunately for Nicolo Kuman, he didn't last much longer than those first initial corners of the lap, as he was trying to get himself dialed in, but it wasn't going to happen. Some good moves on that first lap of the race, of course, but a lot of drivers trying to muscle themselves into a good position in these opening laps. But Valtonen really did surprise Barnard a little bit there, sweeping past him at the start. And that's the only way you're ever going to beat Taylor Barnard. If you get to the first corner, the big stopping point, the first braking point, I should say, not the first corner, because turn one, it's almost impossible to overtake someone like Taylor Barnard up the run to turn one when he's got so much horsepower. But certainly he's got a very exciting run as the battle continues all his way through. But it's obviously a very exciting run for the drivers in these opening laps. And Taylor Barnard is just, at this early stage of the race, he's just getting himself dialed in. He doesn't need to worry about the fact that Valtonen beat him to the first corner. He just needs to pick his moment when the time is right and get himself back into contention. So by this time, he's already done Valtonen, no problem at all. Now, where's the incident between Morgato and Paparo? Obviously, due to the delay from earlier on, we're going to go straight into the heat for qualifying Heat B versus C. And it's Oliver Gray and Andrea Kimi Antonelli on the front row of the starting grid. Maya Berg and James Wharton on the second row from Nikita Bedrin and Delano Van Toff, Hannes Janka and Rafael Chavez Camara from Miran Pingazov and Henry Seskelati, Marlon Hernandez and Levent Revesh from Emily Koivisto and Oli Pilka, Rasmus Yutsimis and Noah Denbol from Bendor, Sebastian Gravland, Lorenzo Petresi, Alexander Partashev, Alexander Hartvig and Cecilia Hedqvist. Now, I am told there is just one competitor in the field from this race that will not take up the start, and that is the Hungarian Levent Revesh, who unfortunately has been excluded from the competition for a transgression. So he will not be able to take up his place in the fifth and final heat. And obviously at the same time, that will mean he is out of the final. So unfortunate for him, but he'll be back hopefully in 3 weeks' time at Wackersdorf as he continues his bid for European glory. So the drivers are now making their way out of their positions. This is an important heat for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. He could do with a victory at this point, along with Oliver Gray alongside him. From the outside row, it's going to be tough for the Italian, but he does need to take the opportunity and the advantage to see if he can make it count. So does Maya Berg in third position, actually. A second place at the end of the day yesterday helps, but she could do with another decent result. Let's see who's going to get the race start perfectly from them. Here we go to the first corner, and it's a nice jockey for position as down to fourth comes Maya Berg. As round the outside, Antonelli and Wharton get good starts. But out in front, it's still Oliver Gray, who protects the inside line, and 2 or 3 more carts disappearing from the fray out to the first big breaking point on the course as we lose 2 drivers into the barriers there. Well, unfortunate in these incidents, the 2 drivers just get tangled together. That is the 134 of Rafael Chavez Camara, the Brazilian. He gets spat out of the fray. He took a brilliant win in the first heat yesterday, and he was the man who got pirouetted into a spin and somehow kept going, managing to finish in 4th place in his heat. But Rafael Chavez Camara has tangled with Nikita Bedrin. So Nikita Bedrin is out of this as well. Full course yellows, full course yellows. So we are under full course yellows here. It was a big impact. So once again, we are under full course yellows in the OK category. And that's an interesting one. So James Wharton has got to allow Andrea Kimi Antonelli to keep his second place rather than attack into the first corner. So we're under full course yellows here. And it's Nikita Bedrin and Rafael Chavez Camara who are involved in the incident up at the second corner. It's a big impact as well as they've gone into the tyres there and barrel rolled into a spin. But that means that Oliver Gray now leads the race in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli and James Wharton. Meyer Werg is there in 4th place. 5th is Hannes Janke, and then Saskelati, Pingasov, Gravlund, Denbol, Koivisto, Pilka, Pardishev and Utsemis from Delano Van Toff and Lorenzo Petresi. And then it is Ben Dor from Marlon Hernandez, Alexander Hartwig and Cecilia Hedqvist. But now we have, obviously, Revej is out of the race. He didn't start it and will not continue the weekend. Nikita Bedrin and Rafael Chavez Camara going off there on the run to the hairpin. And that severely compromises both men who were already having a fine weekend up to that point. But for Bedrin in particular, who was 3rd into the championship coming into this weekend, that really hampers his chances in the European Championship. That accident in this final qualifying heat of the weekend, that really doesn't help Nikita Bedrin's title chances. But at least he is up and he is able to walk away from the scene. That is good news for all of us. Nikita Bedrin is able to walk away. And what about Rafael Chavez Camara? We could really do with making sure he's okay as well. And there he is, right on cue. Thank goodness the Brazilian is okay as well. So I think they'll be under yellow flags for one more lap at least as they make sure that the track is safe again. The only reason I think on those circumstances when the 2 drivers are okay, that they will have brought the circuit to a neutralization and brought us under yellow flags is because the tyre barriers will probably have been dislodged. So the marshals just need a little bit more time to make sure that the circuit is safe enough again to go racing. And so they will make sure of that before the race can continue again. It's the tyre barriers that have saved the drivers on those occasions, and they should be able to get them barriers sorted out and ready again so that we can go racing. And I can notice that the green flag is on standby at the start-finish line. So as long as all of the correct procedures have been conducted, then we'll be able to restart with Oliver Gray in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli and James Wharton from Werg, Janke, Saskelati, Pingasov, Gravlund, Denbol and Koivisto. So a lot of drivers already making up positions. Delano Van Toff has dropped down the order to 14th and Marlon Hernandez has dropped down the order to 17th. Other than that, everybody is pretty much in the similar positions to where they were or have made big gains up the order. And they need to in this final heat. Green flag is on standby at the start-finish straight, so they will complete the 3rd lap as we're ready to go racing. And Gray has already bolted. Gray has already started to push. He's caught them out there. Brilliant restart from Gray. But Antonelli and Wharton are now trying to charge after him. Green flags and we're racing as Janke makes his move on the inside of Meyer Werg nice and early. Up into 4th position goes the German. Meyer Werg is down to 5th and already in the clutches of Henry Saskelati. But Antonelli has caught up to the tail of Oliver Gray in the big stopping point for the hairpin. So Antonelli and Wharton are already giving Oliver Gray plenty of hurry up as they come through. So Antonelli is going to try his big bold lunge on the inside of Gray on the first lap. And Wharton mounts the tide of Oliver Gray. Yet again, Wharton and Gray are in dire straits. And James Wharton's chances in the final are over, surely. The Australian makes his bid to follow Antonelli into the lead. And that's given Meyer Werg 2nd place as now we've got a tussle and off goes Olli Pilka. Olli Pilka is going to lose 3 places there, as he lets Van Toff, Partishev and Koivisto make up another position. But James Wharton is off the road, out of the kart. Oliver Gray has rejoined in 18th. And I don't think he's going to be going much further than that. He has rejoined at the back and carried on. But Meyer Werg is now running in 2nd place in front of Sebastian Gravlund in 3rd position. So Gravlund has got past Hannes Janke. Henry Saskelati is there in 5th place. So a brilliant run from the Danish driver Sebastian Gravlund as they duel over 3rd position. Up the inside there comes the Ward Racing Machine. That is Noah Denbol who gets into 5th. So Janke's up to 4th past Saskelati and Noah Denbol gets there as well. But for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, a win is exactly what the doctor ordered to save and salvage his positions in the race weekend. This is an interesting one as that's Lorenzo Petresi dueling away with Emilio Koivisto. And they scrap over positions. Meanwhile, Hannes Janke is trying to close up on Sebastian Gravlund for 3rd position as we complete the halfway mark in this heat. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli leads the race. 2nd place is Meyer Werg, 3rd is Gravlund, and then Janke in 4th from Denbol, Saskelati, Pingasov and Van Toff from Pardishev and Pilka. But watch out for Janke. He's going to make his bid here on the inside of Sebastian Gravlund. Nice and easy. That's a textbook overtaking move, and he shuts it down on the exit for Gravlund to make a counter-attack. So Hannes Janka into third. Gravland can try again to move up into the top three if he likes, but Antonelli has got this one sorted in the lead of the race. Maya Werg in a very strong second place. Here comes Vanthof trying to get through on the inside of Saskelati. So Henry Saskelati in the parallel, just tucking in behind the Kart Republic of Miron Pingazov. And Vantov's going to make a late lunge on the inside of Saskelati. That's a lovely overtaking move from Delano Vanthof. He makes that one stick, and he gets the position over Saskelati. That's how to make that move work. Full of conviction, confidence, and sheer decisivity. That's a new word on me. Antonelli, Werg, Janka, Gravland, Denbol, Pingazov. 4 laps to go. And Maya Werg now knows that she's got a real pressure cooker building here as Hannes Janka is trying to close up on her. But she's going to keep her right foot firmly planted to the floor of that Birol chassis from the Richard Mille Talent Academy. And she is going to try and bag another top 3 finish in this heat. She got one yesterday in second place, eventually caught and passed by Nikita Bedrin. If she can stay in the top 5, she's got a good chance of salvaging something from the weekend. But she's had 2 DNFs, Maya Werg. So a top 3 is absolutely necessity for her now. Oh, this is getting a little bit dangerous further back as we got 2 or 3 carts in the mix there. That was Partashev, Saskelati and Pilka having an absolute wrestling match down to the braking zone. Antonelli is long gone. He's bitten the bullet and gone for it out in front. But with 3 laps to go, Maya Werg is still trying to get away from Hannes Janka. 4th place for Gravland, 5th place for Denbol, 6th place for Pingazov. So the battle continues as Janka swarms around behind Maya Werg. Is she going to get the opportunity to defend? Yes, she does. And Hannes Janka cannot quite make the overtaking move yet, but he's just dialing in an opportunity. He's not the 2018 European champion for nothing. He's back to his best in 2020, and now he's going to try and sidle by for a move on second place. Even third would be a pretty good position for Hannes Janka, because these two have battled several times this weekend, and it was Janka and Werg that actually came together earlier in the weekend, as both of them retired on the same bit of racetrack, but they've just negotiated. So Antonelli leads the race. Werg and Janka for second place. And they're both trying to battle their way forward. Sebastian Gravland running a solid race in 4th position in front of Denbol and Pingazov. But as they come through at the end of the lap, there are 2 to go. And Miron Pingazov has caught right up to the back of Noah Denbol, the new boy from Denmark. Watch out for Janka. Here he goes on the inside line and gets Maya Werg. Werg is going to try and get the switchback maneuver, but Janka moves the Kart Republic chassis from the TV Kart team into the right position to fend off the position and keep the place. So Janka is there in second. Maya Werg is still there in 3rd position. She's got a great run still, and a top 3 finish would be very handy at this stage of the race. So if she can keep it there, it would be very impressive indeed. But Werg may have another opportunity to go for Janka with a lap and a half remaining, especially if Janka's going to get a little bit wide out of Vesuvio Due a couple more times. So Werg is still all over the back of Janka. I'm not sure if the German has the raw 1-lap pace. And certainly Werg has a very fast kart underneath her. Antonelli leads with a lap to go. And Maya Werg is going to try one more trick to get back past Hannes Janka for second. Last lap before the finals. And Antonelli runs deep into turn 2. A perfect run from him. The Italian going well. And Janka's still there in second in front of Maya Werg. Sebastian Gravland getting close in 4th position. But Antonelli has done what he needed to in this heat after retiring from the first lap of his first heat. He had to maximise every chance he was given from there on in. And Antonelli has now got himself back into a winning frame of mind. He's got himself back up the order. And now he is coming through for a crucial victory with just the lunch breaks. And obviously the junior final separating him from a chance to go back into the fight with his main rival Taylor Barnard for the European title. He's been compromised, but he'll never back down and he'll never look back. Here he comes. Antonelli gets the victory. A brilliant result in front of Hannes Janka and Maya Werg. Sebastian Gravland is 4th in front of Miron Pingazov and Delano Vanthof in the top 6. Well, certainly a dramatic race, none the least because it takes out 2 of the big names from this field. Nikita Bedrin and Rafael Chavez Camara on the opening tour. That will shake up the starting grid no end. But it definitely gives Antonelli plenty to be confident about heading into the final. Provided he gets a good start from his inevitable grid position, he's still a contender. Never, ever, ever give up. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli gets the win on home soil in the last heat of the weekend. Hannes Janka in second in front of Meyer Werg and Sebastian Gravlund. Milan Pingasov is fifth from Dilana Van Toff. Noah Denbol and Henry Seskelati from Lorenzo Petresi and Alexander Partishev. Then Olli Pilka is 11th in front of Emili Koivisto. 13th place is Rasmus Jutzimis in front of Ben Dua. Then Oliver Gray is 15th in front of Alexander Hartwig and Cecilia Hedqvist. And then the retirements, Marlon Hernandez and James Wharton, another big name to fall. And then we had Nikita Bedrin and Rafael Chavez-Camara retiring on the first lap after their contact at turn 2. And Leventa Revej no longer participating in the competition after his exclusion. What a battle this final is going to be in both the junior and senior categories. One final look at the replays from the previous heat, and there are several big moments that we need to assess and look over. So let's talk through the best bits from qualifying heat B versus C. So here's the start. Antonelli did his very best to outdrag Oliver Gray, but he gets some support from James Wharton as they come through the first corner. That's how he was able to dice past Meyer Werg. But the big battle is still to come. Watch out for Bedrin and Chavez-Camara suddenly spitting each other out in the middle of the fray. Where's the contact? It is right there. Bedrin and Chavez-Camara, they just got too close together. There's also a spin there from another of the Forza Racing drivers. I think that's Delano Van Toff rejoining right at the back of the field. So how he was able to march his way back through the field is pretty impressive as well, actually, because he managed to come back to 6th position, I think it was. Great fight back from Delano Van Toff. No wonder he lost ground down the order. So all three of them came together, but it was Chavez-Camara and Nikita Bedrin whose races ended. And that is why we went to yellow flag conditions. So obviously the race is neutralized at this point, and Werg and Janka have already started battling by this point. But with the race under yellow flags, it's obviously neutralized the race quite significantly. You've got to give the Dutchman Delano Van Toff some credit for charging his way back through the field under the circumstances, because if you look back down the order, there he is. He's only got 4 karts behind him off the start, so even with the spin, he's already rippling his way through the field in fantastic fashion. So he clearly has found some speed, and he wants to get himself back up the order as soon as is humanly possible. So a fantastic situation. There's Petresi going to battle with Pilka. Lots of drivers having a great race in the early stages of this one. But we're about to lose one more driver from the fray as we go through the rest of the highlights. As Antonelli got his move on Gray, Wharton tried the same trick, and it opened the gap for Antonelli. So it was almost like the parting of the Red Sea. He just had a nice opportunity to dance his way through. Now, look, that's a critical moment because the yellow flags come out as Wharton has got up the inside of Antonelli. Then we go to yellow flags. Wharton could have beaten Antonelli today quite significantly there. So Antonelli makes his bid on the inside of Gray. First opportunity he gets there. Now, Wharton's come from the long way round. He's got space up the inside, but unfortunately, Gray has already started shutting the door, and the two drivers are out of it. Janka's had to get off the throttle, and that's how Gravlund and Meyer Werg got through. But Wharton's out. Gray's down at the back. And for James Wharton, after an already very difficult day at the office, James Wharton out of the race. So Gravlund managing to take full advantage. He gets up into 3rd place. Janka's not going to wait around, nor is this man, Noah Denbol. He's put on some good performances in this race as one of the new faces in the FIA Karting European Championship. He's made quite a significant launch forward in this particular heat. So Meyer Werg, they're battling with Gravlund and Janka. Janka makes his sweep up the inside line at this point and manages to get through into that 3rd position spot. And with that move completed, it doesn't take him too long to get in behind Meyer Werg and make his bid to come through into 2nd position. And Meyer Werg obviously playing the percentages in just the same manner as Hannes Janka. She's not going to do anything silly to thwart Hannes Janka's attack because she wants the low point score of the top 3. So she lets Janka go, and the two of them together pick up a 2nd and 3rd place finish, essentially. And that's all fine and dandy. I think Werg had another opportunity to go for Antonelli, but it was never really on. But Andrea Kimi Antonelli takes a significant victory. That's so important in this battle for the European Championship. He will get the job done here. But it's a fascinating situation because he needed that win. He needed to be in a clean position. And had that yellow flag not come out at the end of the first lap, I think James Wharton had the move. He had him on the inside line there. but he had to back off the throttle because the yellow flags were out. Wharton could have got through Antonelli at that point on the way to the first corner on the second lap and would have had him. So that race could have been so completely different had Wharton been able to make that overtaking move before they got to the yellow flag line. But the fact that Antonelli was able to get onto the scene and overtake Gray fairly sharpish, while Wharton ended up being collected at the sidelines, and we now have the karts brought back to the pit lane by the recovery truck. But it's been a fascinating weekend. All of our heats are now completed. It's up to the judges of fact and the officials now to put all of those heat results together and come up with a 36th place grid formation in both the junior and the OK senior battles, because they have been absolutely electrifying. And we're going to see the race action from each of these competitions. The junior final takes place at 13:45 local time. The senior battle taking place at 14:45 local time. And obviously those are going to be the best two races of the weekend, because they are going to be the final showdown in this weekend, the second of 3 rounds of the European Championship here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli at the Sarno circuit. And so as Andrea Kimi Antonelli complete.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
hanging by a thread, hung upon all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on me. Everything I do is one big show. It's about damn time that I take control. Put me under a microscope and watch me take control. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul, 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Upside down. Upside down. Gonna turn it all around. Upside down. And don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked. And I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul, 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Upside down. Upside down. Gonna turn it all around. hanging by a thread, hung up on all the words you said, breaking free from this conformity that you force on me. Everything I do is one big show. It's about damn time that I take control. Put me under a microscope and watch me take control. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. Upside down. Upside down. Gonna turn it all upside down. Don't tell me that I need saving. Finally awake and living. Yeah, yeah. The pressure inside was building. I felt under attack, and now my mind's attacked. And I've chosen my path. I've chosen my path. What's this? I finally read this helplessness. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around. And and dear God, save my soul 'cause it is flawed. Tired of feeling like I'm upside down, so I'm gonna turn it all around.
changes.
Life. Life. Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
We definitely need to understand everything that was happening, all the rules, trying to follow the rules in the right way, you know, but try to see when it was the right time to organize the event. And actually we just arrived in the time that we are, you know, at the beginning of the race by the European Championships. Unfortunately, it's completely different because we have no public, we have no, you know, we need to follow the rules by using the mat, by also, you know, following all the procedure, you know, about all the rules from different countries, country by country, you know, we have different rules, which it was quite a difficult work from FIA. The positive thing is that we are here racing, and that this is what everybody wants to do. Everybody wants to race, everybody wants to do what you can, you know, to be inside your job, to be inside the sport. And this is what we're doing, but it's definitely a difficult situation, you know, to waiting the time to pass. Actually, we had to cancel some events to move and change, you know, places about the events, but also in all of the other championships. I mean, I was racing Formula E a week ago, and we were 10 days on the same place. We had the 6 races in 9 days. So all of the events are a little bit different than how it was in the past. And in the karting, it's the same. So we're trying to understand everything and trying to do in the best way on the situation we are facing in the moment because of the virus. But I am quite proud for everybody in FIA, but also the promoter, the organization, that we can manage to do things in the right way. So we will have the World Championship, one in the Lonato for the KZ, KZ2 and the Academy, but also another one which is supposed to be in Brazil, but because of the COVID-19 we have to move, and it will be in Portugal at the end of the year. I'm sure, I mean, the situation will be not still normal, new normal, but not normal. It was correct for the situation. But I mean, we're still thinking about this year to trying to make all the events and all the races in the best way we can, but also understanding everything, how to make also a big step forward for next year.
The FIA Karting European Championships are about to get underway again for the second final of this 2020 European season. We are here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli in the heat of the Napoli sunshine and overlooking the beautiful mountains of Suma and Vesuvius as we continue to battle away. It will be a fantastic run for our drivers in the junior category as they will face off for this first test of the weekend. Jake Sanson here with you once again as we battle for supremacy in the OK Junior European Championship. And this is going to be a fabulous final. Hugo Chukwu has managed to get everything over the course of the weekend to fall his way. And it has been a sensational battle. He will start from pole position alongside Maxwell Dodds. The two men have been the smartest men over the course of the weekend in terms of their speed and their consistency. And they will lead off from the front row of the grid. They head out onto the circuit, the drivers, as they prepare for action. Those watching our live stream just a few moments ago will have heard from our president, the FIA Karting president, Felipe Massa, who is here with us this weekend. And it is great to see him joining us in our paddock and our community once again. As the junior drivers head out, they will receive the medals of achievement for performing at such a high standard in this race. 36 drivers who have come from far and wide and representing all four corners of the globe. To have got to this point, you really have to have been truly exceptional at the wheel, as Felipe Massa is there on hand to ensure that each of the drivers are presented with their medals. They must, of course, collect and wear their own medals because social distancing regulations and the COVID-19 protocols adhere that they do so. And they will, of course, be sanitized as they collect their medals from the table. But a fabulous moment in this 2020 FIA Karting European Championship campaign as the drivers are ready to ascend to the starting grid. After the 5 races each that they have taken to get to this point, the battle lines are drawn and the 36 remaining drivers from the 66 who started are ready for action. It's going to be quite a spectacular show as the drivers are ready for the battle ahead. 1.547 kilometers this circuit, and in the final, they will do it 17 times around this particular race circuit, more than double the length of their qualifying heats. So let's talk you through the drivers one by one as they will make their way to their positions on the starting grid. The American Hugo Ugachukwu is the man who lines up in pole position, having taken 4 wins out of 5 starts and been fastest in each of his timed sessions since Friday qualifying, up to and including the warm-up this morning. Maxwell Dodds lines up alongside him on the front row of the starting grid. The young British driver for Parolin has been the fastest driver in qualifying, setting a new course record in OK Junior for the time qualifying sessions in the process. And he has had a very steady weekend since then. 2 wins, 2 seconds and a third sees him line up on the front row of the starting grid. The man who leads the championship coming into this weekend, Tukka Tarpanen of Finland, will line up third on the starting grid. And he is there on the inside of the second row. The young Finn has been very calm and conservative throughout. He's got himself into a race-winning position here in third. There's a good chance that he can fight his way through from the second row. One of his main rivals for the championship lines up in 4th place. That is Arvid Lindblad, the British driver who was so fast in Zuera. It all kind of came unstuck for him over the course of the final, but he's back at the front once again. And from the second row of the grid, Lindblad is definitely not one to count out as he battles for supremacy. 5th on the starting grid, one of the wild rogues of this weekend's paddock, Timo Kucharczyk, the Polish driver, aboard his Kubica chassis for the Birolart Racing team. He's never been outside that top 10, and he has battled solidly and very consistently throughout. 5th on the grid is a great place for him to start from, and he has a bold and brilliant opportunity to move forward. 6th on the starting grid is the Italian youngster Valerio Rinicella, as he lines up on the outside of the 3rd row of the grid for the Parolin squad. In 7th position on the starting grid, it is the Spanish talent Bruno Del Pino, who will be there on the inside of the 4th row, and he has plenty of opportunities to join his teammate Tukka Tarpanen up at the sharp end of the dais. On the outside of the 4th row, it is the ever impressive Belgian talent Ian Eichmans, who lines up on the outside of row 4, and he will be there consistent and solid again as he tries to battle his way for supremacy, well inside the top 10 and very much in position to grab a solid position. Freddie Slater, heat winner this weekend, lines up 9th on the starting grid after a very conservative but also very aggressive effort, and he finds himself on the 5th row of the grid on the inside line, prepared and ready to do battle. From the outside of that 5th row of the grid, it is Alexander Gubenko, the Russian, who has been ever consistent and solid and very quick with it. Once he gets an opportunity to move up this order, he's going to be a solid contender for the victory. In 11th on the starting grid, with 2 heat wins over the course of the weekend thus far, the young British driver Harley Keeble takes up his resident position towards the sharp end of the field. This is only his 2nd weekend in the FIA Karting European paddock, but he has definitely made a claim to stay at the front end of the field. Alongside him on the grid, it is the Spanish talent Nacho Tuñón for the DPK Racing team. He finds himself resolutely on the outside of that 6th row of the grid, and he has never been away from the front end of the field. This race is going to be no different. 13th on the starting grid for the Lion for Bulgaria. Nikola Tsolov will be there for DPK Racing on the 7th row of the grid on the inside line. And Tsolov is ready to do action from the front. The Belgian talent is next up for the Kart Republic Motorsport team, Douwe de Decker. He's been solid and consistent ever since the start of this season. Again, this is only his first year in the FIA Karting European Championship, but he's already at the front end of the field. For Poland is next up. Karol Pazovic will be the next man in on row 8 on the inside line, another of the Tony Kart's young charges. And Karol Pazovic is definitely one of the serial overtakers of the weekend. Expect him to make good progress. For Italy, alongside him, it is Christian Bertucca for the Birolot squad in his second year with the team and his second year in the championship. So he still needs the luck to swing his way a few more times, but for the moment, he is definitely in fine song. Next up on the grid for Singapore, it is Dion Gouda for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team, and he is there rounding battle on the 9th row of the starting grid alongside the young man from Luxembourg, and that is Maxime Furon-Castellane, as he lines up for the Forza Racing team, 18th on the starting grid. For France, it is Evan Gilter for the Sony Kart squad as he fights his way back from 19th on the starting grid alongside the young Swiss ace Eron Reshepi, and the young man for the Kart Republic Motorsport team will line up 20th on this grid. Then we come to the second half of the field. Igor Sepil lines up in 21st on the starting grid on the inside of row 11. Alongside him, it is the young man from Jamaica, Alex Powell, who starts P22. And after a heat win yesterday, he's got a great chance to storm back through the field. On the 12th row of the grid on the inside line, it is the Englishman Josh Erfen. And he will put his Ricky Flynn Motorsport kart right up into the battle if he can get a chance to put it there. Alongside him on the grid is the Italian Giovanni Trentin. 3 wins this weekend, but 2 DNFs. And that really makes his life very hard. But he will fight his way through without any hesitation at all. The new man in at Tony Kart's factory team is next up on the starting grid. On row 13 in P25, it's Alfio Spina, who will be there on the inside of the 13th row. And he is going to be making plenty of overtaking moves, as he has done so every race so far after a difficult qualifying session. Alongside him on the grid, it is Matteo De Pallo for the Ward Racing team, as he lines up in row 13 of the starting grid. 14th position, the 14th row, I should say, the Israeli Ariel Elkin is next up in position. And he lines up alongside the Brazilian star, Emo Fittipaldi, the young son of the 2-time Grand Prix world champion. On the 15th row of the grid, it is Gustav Wisniewski, as the young Pole lines up on the inside of row 15. Alongside him is the young man from the United Arab Emirates, Kianu Alajari, who lines up in 30th position on the starting grid. The last 6 men in 31st, it's the wild card, Rashid Al-Daheri from the United Arab Emirates for the Paralympic squad, 31st on the grid in his first weekend in the FIA Karting paddock. A truly impressive performance as he lines up on the squad. On the outside of the 16th row, fast but not lucky in various parts of the day, Brando Badua has been all in the top 6 all the way through the weekend. So he's got another great chance to move his way up from the doldrums of the field. On the 17th row, it is Edgar Anpiligov, the Frenchman, who lines up 33rd on the starting grid for the Ricky Flynn Motorsport team. Alongside him, a much more impressive effort this time from the Finnish star, Alexei Yaleva, and the expert racing driver will line up 34th on the starting grid on the outside of row 17. And then completing the 36-card grid, for Great Britain, it is Sonny Smith for the Pantano team, who wakes his way onto the back row of the starting grid. And alongside him is the Italian star for the Newman Motorsport squad, Flavio Olivieri, who takes up residence in 36th on the starting grid. So 36 drivers, and they have come from various different degrees of skill and excellence, and of course their experience levels are very evenly matched. There's not much to choose between these drivers in terms of their speed over one lap, but this is the second round of a very hotly contested European Championship. It's been incredibly close up until this stage, and it's only going to get more so as the drivers continue their squabble for supremacy. And of course, thanks to their performances here today, there are more points to add to the Drivers' Championship, as the top 10 drivers from the heats have been able to score points for the championship as the 3-minute board goes up. 10 points on the table now for Ugo Chukwu from today, as he gets 10 points added to his championship tally. Maxwell Dodds now has 9. Tuka Tarpanen has 8. 7 for Arvid Lindblad, 6 for Timo Kucharczyk, 5 for Valerio Venicella, 4 for Bruno Del Pino, 3 for Ian Eichmans, 2 for Freddie Slater, and 1 for Alexander Gubenko. Those are the championship points scored over the heats yesterday and today, as there are only the top 10 drivers from the qualifying heats that can score championship points. And that, of course, gives us plenty of exciting drama heading into this junior final. We saw at Zuera just how closely matched it is up at the sharp end of the field. And with Tuka Tarpanen leading the championship coming into this weekend in the junior ranks, he's obviously got a very interesting mission in front of him. From 3rd on the starting grid, he was 9th on the grid at Zuera and still managed to pull it back for a win in the final. But now from 3rd position, he has a really solid chance. But to do that, he's got to break through the 2 karts in front of him on the starting line. Yugo Yugochukwu, who has been solid and superb over the course of the weekend for the Sauber karting team. And then the man alongside him, the young Englishman, Max Dodds, in his 2nd year of the FIA Karting European Championship. They say that class always rises to the top. It's taken him a while, but he's got there through hard work, determination, and sheer merit. It's great to see him on the front row of the grid alongside Yugo Yugochukwu, but now the battle lines are drawn. There are several drivers who will try and charge their way forward, but every single one of these 36 drivers on the grid can hang their heads held high with pride and grace. They have all worked incredibly hard up until this point, and even getting onto the final of an FIA karting event is a massive achievement. It's a great undertaking, and it is not an achievement lost on anyone here around the circuit. You have to be the best of the best of the best to get to this point, and these guys have done more than enough to prove their skill and their ability. Now it's up to them to put on a show, but whatever happens, they are winners, they are the prides of their nations, and they are the stars of the future. So an incredible battle for our drivers awaits. The 30-second board goes up at the start of the race, and 17 laps await us as we prepare to do battle. It's going to be one heck of a show for our 36 young junior drivers who are ready to squabble for the title. This is the 2nd round of 3 in the FIA Karting European Championship, one of the most significant chapters in the 2020 motorsport calendar, because it dictates who is going to be on the march to the European title, to follow in the footsteps of some of the greatest junior drivers in history. Away we go. Let's see how it plays out. Yugo Yugochukwu and Maxwell Dodds on the front row of the grid from Tuka Tarpanen and Arvid Lindblad, Timo Kucharczyk and Valerio Venicella from Bruno Del Pino and Ian Eichmans, Freddie Slater and Alex Gubenko, Harley Keeble and Nacho Tunion from Nikola Tsolov and Duet de Decker, Karol Pazovic and Christian Bertucca from Dion Gauda and Maxime Ferron-Castellane. Then it is Evan Gilter and Aaron Roscepi, Igor Sapil and Alex Powell. Then it's Josh Erfen and Giovanni Trentin, Alfio Spina and Matteo De Palo from Ariel Elkin and Emo Fittipaldi, Gustav Wisniewski and Keanu Alajari from Rashid Al-Daheri and Brando Badoa, Edgar Anpiligov, Alexei Yeleva, Sonny Smith and Flavio Olivieri. They only get one formation lap, of course, as the karts come around. But it's going to be a fascinating battle for all of the drivers as they get themselves into a solid position around the course. Looks to me as though they're going to get 2 formation laps, though, of course, around the circuit. The Virtual Championship, of course, tells us at this point that Tuka Tarpanen leads the way after the qualifying heats. 35 points is Tuka Tarpanen's total coming into this race, with Yugo Yugochukwu on 30, Arvid Lindblad on 28, Brando Badua is still 4th in the standings on 25, Valerio Venicella has 23, Alex Powell, the Jamaican, has 19, Timo Kucharczyk, the Pole, has 15, and the Czech racer Igor Sapil has 13. There's still a long battle in this European Championship to come. It's going to be quite a tough race ahead, and this 2nd chapter of 3 in the FIA Karting European Championship for junior racers is going to be quite the sizzler. 33 degrees Celsius air temperature. The track temperature is going to be in the low 50s, 53, 54 degrees Celsius probably. So it's not going to take a lot of work to heat up these tyres and brakes to their optimum temperatures. But what it is going to take now is nerves of steel from our youngsters. Aged 11 to 14, 125cc engines, these karts. And as we've already seen, lots of drama and intrigue to come. Only one of the heats over the course of the 2 days has resulted in a clean race. All the others has seen multiple incidents and dramas. What are we going to see from this European Championship final here at Napoli, the second weekend of 3? Spain was amazing. Italy has every reason to give us a great show. Ugachukwu, Dodds, Tarpanen, Lindblad, Kucharczyk, Renicella, Delpino, Eichmann, Slater, Gubenko. Is it going to be a clean start? No. False start. False start straight away, as if the tensions weren't high enough. And in the shadow of Mount Suma, just in front of Mount Vesuvius, that legendary volcanic structure which overlooks the legendary city and very fabled city of Pompeii. This part of the world has so much history and so much drama in its past. We're just adding to it with the FIA Karting Championship for juniors. The European Kings will battle for supremacy again. And it's one heck of a dynasty that they are living up to here. There have been some incredible junior champions over the years. Michael Ammermuller, Sebastian Buemi, Jack Harvey, Nick de Vries, Alex Albon, George Russell, Lando Norris, and Sebastian Vettel have all come through the FIA Karting European Junior Championship as victors. Who is going to join them? We'll find out a little bit more about that as the drivers get underway here at Sarno. So with the competitors now lined up in position again, they will take to their 2 rows with Ugachukwu on the inside, Dodds on the outside, Tarpanen, Lindblad, Kucharczyk, Renicella, Delpino, Eichmanns, Slater, Gubenko, Keeble, Tunion, Solov and Dedeker. 36 brilliant drivers. Who's going to get the best start as they come to the grid? Is it going to be a good start? Yes, it is. We're away and racing, and Tarpanen's trying to get straight into second place in front of Dodds. Dodds loses a little bit of ground. He's going to go down into about 5th or 6th position as the field makes its way up towards turn 2. Kucharczyk has managed to get himself into 3rd place. Tarpanen has his first serious look at Ugachukwu, and as the field conflagrates through the hairpin, a couple of drivers running wide out of turn 2, but it looks to me as though essentially everybody's still motoring on. And on the exit, it's got a little bit worse than that. Brando Badua's caught up with Nikola Solov. Solov and Badua are out of it. That is a devastating state of affairs for Brando Badua. He was 4th in the championship coming into this one, and he is out of it. So is Nikola Solov. But Ugachukwu leads the way now from Tarpanen, Kucharczyk and Bruno Delpino. 5th position, it's one of the Ricky Flynns. I'm not sure which one, but certainly a cracking start. I think that might even be Freddie Slater, having worked his way up into 6th position. Or is that P5 now? It is P5. What a cracking start from the 234. So it's Ugachukwu, Tarpanen, Kucharczyk, Delpino, Slater, Keeble, Lindblad, Gubenko, Tunion, Dodds, Pazovic and Renicella. So here comes the challenge from Tarpanen. Ugachukwu and Tarpanen are 5 points apart in the Drivers' Championship, but if it stays like this, they will tie for points. If Ugachukwu beats Tarpanen, they will leave here with 55 points apiece. Ugachukwu badly wants to beat Tarpanen and take this title fight down to the wire at Wackersdorf. So the American stays in front of the Finn for the moment. Tarpanen running a good race here in 2nd. Kucharczyk in 3rd place. Delpino still in front of Freddie Slater, but Slater looks like he wants a piece of the action. As up the inside comes Lindblad. He takes on Harley Keeble, and Alex Gubenko might want to get through on the inside of the next turn as Kucharczyk gets on the inside of Delpino to defend, but Delpino gets through, so does Slater, so does Lindblad. Kucharczyk drops 3 places in one fell swoop. So out in front, Ugachukwu holds the advantage as Max Dodds gets back on the inside of Alex Gubenko and makes the move. So Dodds up to 8th, Renicella up to 9th, his teammate goes with him, and Karol Pazovic is up to 10th past Tunion, Gubenko down to 12th. Slater now getting some support from Lindblad. Lindblad going to make his move on the inside, and he gets the place. So Lindblad overtakes Freddie Slater, and that's a big bold lunge from Nasho Tunion in the middle of the field as he tries to get up the inside of Gubenko. But a great squabble at the front of the field now as Delpino in 3rd place is trying to get after Tuukka Tarpanen. But Lindblad is 4th, Slater is 5th, Keebles is 6th, and then Dodds is in 7th place. Not far behind this train. And Dodds is actually getting some support from his Italian teammate now, Valerio Renicella. Swarming around in the midfield, we've got Alex Powell storming his way back through the field, along with Josh Erfan. They're making good tracks in the middle of the field to try and make some ground. Always a very tough battle in this early stage of a junior final with such a long race to come as well. But Ugachukwu heads the field. Tarpanen is not panicking in 2nd place. He's got a long way to do to catch up to Ugachukwu. The 3rd place squabble is absolutely raging. Delpino, Lindblad, Slater, Keeble, Dodds and Rinicella are a few kart lengths back. There goes Arvid Lindblad, and Slater gets through as well. So Del Pino slips to 5th position, just in front of Harley Keeble. So the Tony Kart teammates are now squabbling away together for 3rd place, along with Lindblad and Del Pino. Lindblad and Slater, I should say, because Lindblad's through to 3rd, Slater's through into 4th position. Plenty of time still to go in this FIA Karting European Championship final here at Napoli, the 2nd round of 3. Yugachukwu leads Tarpanen. Now, in terms of the championship battle, if it stays like this, the American and the Finn in 1st and 2nd will both be tied on 55 points. That's an amazing state of affairs. 3rd place is due to be Lindblad on 41. Rinicella would be 4th in the title race now on 31. Del Pino on 27. Badua on 25. Kucharczyk on 22. But Powell moving forward, Slater moving forward to 4th place now puts him in the mix of a decent finish. So some decent points tallies coming through as drivers are trying to make up some progress. Some great charges through the field. Igor Sapil is up 12 places to 9th, and Karol Pazovic is up 5 places to 10th. So they are making some good moves through the field here. As Keeble makes a bid on his teammate and gets through past Del Pino, but he goes a little bit too deep, and now he's going to take his teammate back again. They're going to be side by side, and Del Pino gets the place. The one thing they don't want to do is clatter into each other. Trouble in paradise is never going to work out. So Yugachukwu and Tarpanen, 1st and 2nd. If it stays like this, we're going to be a dead heat in the championship heading to Wackersdorf, and it would mean whoever beats the other in Germany will be the European champion. What a showdown that will give us in Pro Raceland. So Keeble gets back on the inside of Del Pino, and he shuts the door firmly in his Spanish teammate's face. He's going to get there, as now tagging onto the back are the 2 Paralins of Rinicella and Dodds. They've caught up to the Tony Karts of Keeble and Del Pino. Still some great battles in the midfield as they continue to charge forward. Maxwell Dodds gets the new fastest lap of the race as he takes on his teammate Rinicella and gets the place. So Dodds is up into 7th place with the new fastest lap as he closes in on the 2 Tony Karts. Del Pino and Keeble are going to be a little bit of a frustration as they're corks in the bottle for the man behind now. A terrific duel between Yugachukwu and Tarpanen still to come. Tarpanen is pacing himself on lap 6 of 17. He's got 12 laps remaining, and he doesn't want to push it too hard too soon, but he'll have power in reserve, and he'll have tyres in reserve as well as he tries to keep up with Yugachukwu. But the American is driving an astonishing race up front. The battle for 3rd is still raging between Lindblad and Slater as Del Pino holds his teammate Keeble at bay, and Dodds, Rinicella, Pazovic and then Igor Sapil are queuing up behind them. 6 laps down, 11 laps to go. Del Pino holding on to 5th place. He's actually defending to the inside line. Goodness me, that's way too early for that kind of business. And Keeble and Dodds are now trying to come around the outside of the Spaniard. Dodds trying to keep his foot in to hold on to Del Pino, but he can't quite make it stick. Now he's got a bit of pressure from behind as that's a battling Karol Pazovic trying to hold on to the position there from Valerio Rinicella, who drops down behind Igor Sapil. Sapil trying to come around the outside, gets the inside line for Vesuvio Uno. That's brilliant from Sapil. It opens up the door to Gubenko and Kucharczyk as they both get back past the Italian. So Rinicella falls to the back of the field, and there is the stricken kart of the number 281. That's Nacho Tunion. He's got into an issue there elsewhere, I'm not sure where, but Nacho Tunion is unfortunately now joining the list of retirees. That's at the 3rd sector, so he's had a problem somewhere, and Nacho Tunion, rather sadly, has joined Nikola Tsolov, Brando Badoa and Alexei Yeleva on the sidelines as their races have all come to an early end. Now, here's Sapil in 9th position. We're going to get a great battle here as Kucharczyk gets up the inside of Gubenko, and so does Rinicella. So Gubenko falls to the back of that little train for the moment, but the Russian has not given up yet. In 13th is Christian Bertuka. And then we have De Decker, Furon Castellan, Eichmanns, Powell, Olivieri and Piligov, Wisniewski and Fittipaldi. As Gubenko has another great look on Rinicella. Some great races all the way through this field at the moment. Not everybody's been able to make progress through the field. The likes of Trentin, Spina, De Palo, Rescepi, Gauda, Giltair, they've all really struggled to make an impression on this race. But the battles are still raging as there is Max Dodds just in front of Karol Pazovic. So Dodds has made his way back into the top 6, and it looks like he's going to get some points on the board. But Yugachukwu leads the race in front of Tuka Tarpanen. The American looks like he's going to come through for a race victory, and this could be the character building moment he needs. He's come very close in the past to getting these races won. but he might just have it in the bag this time. He's completed 8 laps. We've got 9 to go, and the American is on course for his first ever win in the FIA Karting European Championship Finals. Tuukka Tarponen running in a solid second place in front of Lindblad, Slater and Keeble. So Ugo Chukwu not pushing harder than he has to at the moment. Tarponen has still got Lindblad in his sights. Ugo Chukwu can just keep it nice and tidy at the moment. He doesn't have to work too hard here. A very exciting battle as the competitors continue on their way forward. Some great battles still opening up as drivers are still making these bold moves in the mid-pack. They want to try and increase their opportunity, but Ugo Chukwu completes the 9th lap and into lap 10. 8 laps to go. Tarponen is still doing what he can to catch up, but he's still not matching him for pace. Ugo Chukwu is getting away to the tune of 0.3 of a second per lap here, as Lindblad is keeping it honest in 3rd position. 4th place for Slater, 5th place for Keeble, and 6th place for Max Dodds. 4 Brits in 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. But here's Tuukka Tarponen. The young Finn doing a sensational job in these European Championships. He's just staying solid and consistent. He can concede victory in this one because he'll be the dual leader of the championship, along with Ugo Chukwu. But the way it's played out between these two, they'll be tying for points at the end of this one, with Ugo Chukwu on countback ahead of Tarponen, based on his qualifying position comparative to Tarponen across the 2 weekends. That's how close it's going to be. So Ugo Chukwu in front of Tarponen by about 2.5 seconds now. Lindblad is still there in 3rd position, trying to close in on Tarponen. Freddie Slater is 4th place, having made up 5 places from his grid slot. And Harley Keeble is in 5th position. Oh, and that's a problem. That is the 254. Now, that is one of the Paralins. And I'm sorry to say, that is Giovanni Trentin. And I think Alfio Spina has gone as well. So a big disaster. Well, that's one of the Kart Republics that's gone from the fray. That is Aaron Reshepi. So Trentin and Reshepi are out of the race. And that is disastrous for both of them. So the Swiss is out, Aaron Reshepi. So is Giovanni Trentin. So they're out of the race. And I think Aaron Reshepi will want to have a word with his Italian rival there. But there's not really a lot that they can do about it now. They've just got to get on with it and hope that their races are improved at Wackersdorf. Lindblad is still all over the back of Tuukka Tarponen. Can he catch the Finn? Ugo Chukwu is disappearing out in front. The American stretches the gap to 2.5 seconds. He's still gapping at about 1/10 of a second per lap. So the American is doing a solid effort here to run at the front end of the field. Tarponen 2nd, Lindblad 3rd, Slater is 4th from Harley Keeble and Max Dodds. And then Karel Pazovic and Igor Sepil. These are the 2 drivers. Pazovic in front of Sepil as they continue to duel for their positions. Here comes Sepil on the inside of Karel Pazovic, and he gets through. Nice move from the young Czech. So into P7. But this duel for position is going to continue between these drivers up at the top 10. Kubenka and Rinicella have both managed to get past Timo Kucharczyk as their battle continues. And Dua de Decker is 13th now in front of Bertucca. Alex Powell, the Jamaican, up to 15th ahead of Ian Eichmans. And then Florent Castellin, Flavio Olivieri, Edgar Anpiligov, Gustav Wisniewski. And then we've got Fittipaldi, Alajari, Erfen, Elkin, De Palo, Dion, Gouda, Aldeheri, Spina and Gilter. A very tough race battle as the drivers are trying to move forward in the last 5 laps, but I don't think Ugo Chukwu is going to be caught by Tarponen after all. The gap opens up to 2.7 seconds now, as again, these 2 drivers are working together, Sepil and Pazovic, to try and catch up to the top 6, but I think that's where they're going to remain. And what a duel it's been, what a battle it's going to be as we get to Wackersdorf. This final has been a little tamer than I think a lot of people predicted it was going to be, but it's certainly been very authoritarian from the man up front. Ugo Chukwu has got the perfect start, and he's led by example up at the front end of the field. So now it's going to be a tough fight for 2nd. It could be a tough fight for 4th place as well, because Freddie Slater is being caught by Harley Keeble, and likewise Tarponen, as you can see, has been caught by Arvid Lindblad. So we could still get a little bit of a shake-up of the order. If Lindblad can get past Tuukka Tarponen, that really is going to shake up the championship and bring the Brit back into contention with a further 4 points over his Finnish rival. That will put Tarponen on 51, and it will put Lindblad on 48. That will bring him right back into the hunt for the title come Wackersdorf. So Lindblad can get the move. Oh, that's one of the Birilarts in trouble. That's Christian Bertucca. So Bertucca has had a moment, and he's out of the race. And he is very, very angry. Well, Christian Bertucca walks away as Lindblad's got into second. Lindblad's got into second past Tarpanen. So Lindblad is through on the fin. He must have made the move in the hairpin. So Arvid Lindblad has shaken up the title fight in the European Championship. Arvid Lindblad is now in front of Tuukka Tarpanen. So Arvid Lindblad gets into second place. This is a big shake-up as far as the championship is concerned. And Keeble has got past Slater as well. So Keeble has moved up to fourth place past Freddie Slater. So it's shaken up in the last couple of laps of racing here as we go into lap 15. 3 laps to go. Ugo Chukwu's got the win on a silver plate. Lindblad in second from Tarpanen, then Keeble, Slater, Dodds, Sapil, Pazovic, Del Pino and Rinicella. But it's not done yet. Freddie Slater still feels he's got a chance to crack open the bottle and make his bid to splash all over this fourth place move. So Harley Keeble is there in fourth place in the Tony Kart, but Slater is all over the back of him still. Keeble trying to gap him a little bit more at this stage of the season. There's going to be a lot of battles as we get to the next round of the championship at Wackersdorf, and thanks to Lindblad getting through on Tarpanen, it gives the American a clear advantage. If it stays like this, Ugo Chukwu will be on 55, Tarpanen will be on 51, and Lindblad will be on 48, and therefore it'll be a 3-man fight for the European Championship come Wackersdorf. 7 points would be between them in the title fight as well. So it's all going to be about those 3 drivers as they fight for supremacy. The American, the Brit, and the Finn. Tarpanen is going to try and exacerbate that problem. He's going to try and get back through on Lindblad. Lindblad defends. Second is the best he can get, and he knows it. So he's going to try and hold it at bay from Tuukka Tarpanen. Tarpanen sweeps left, he swerves right. He's doing everything he can on the penultimate lap to try and get past Lindblad. Do not get yourself into the wars, boys. At least you'll have a decent points finish if it stays like this. Tarpanen's doing his best to level the European Championship. If he can get past, he will be on the same number of points as Ugo Chukwu. And the man 11 points back will be Lindblad. So Arvid Lindblad in second place. It is a crucial position for him to be in. He can't win this one with Ugo Chukwu so far ahead. But second will put him back in the hunt for the title. Just 7 points shy off the lead. And look, Keeble has joined the fight now. Keeble has joined the fight, and Sapil has closed Dodds into Slater, so we're going to get an amazing final lap. Here we go. Keeble trying to get the move. Tarpanen's going to get on the inside of Lindblad. Lindblad holds it round the outside. What a big defensive move from Lindblad. Amazing. Lindblad holds it, keeping it on the inside line. And Keeble's trying to go right round the outside of his teammate Tarpanen, and he holds it on the throttle. And Keeble's through to third. Slater comes through to fourth position. The Brits are swarming the Finn. Dodds is trying to get in there as well, and he's taking it round the outside. Sapil now comes in to switch on the inside, the young Czech. Dodds goes with him. Tarpanen has fallen so far down the order. This is a great moment. Oh, Keeble over the top of Lindblad, and Sapil and Dodds get spat off the road. Oh, and Slater's going to come through to second in front of Lindblad. Tarpanen in fourth place now. Ugo Chukwu is going to take the easiest victory. Ugo Chukwu wins in Naples. Brilliant. Ugo Chukwu wins at Sarno, but second is going to be Slater. And third is Lindblad, just in front of Tarpanen. What a way to end the junior final. But I have to say, for all the fans in the United States of America, you can celebrate now, and Ugo Chukwu can take a bow. What an amazing weekend for the American. He's been absolutely superb all weekend. Faultless is the word I'd use, and what a victory. Ugo Chukwu wins the final in front of Freddie Slater and Arvid Lindblad. Tuukka Tarpanen is fourth for Finland from Harley Keeble and Karol Pazovic. Max Dodds is seventh from Igor Sapil. Bruno Del Pino and Valerio Vinicella in the top 10. Timo Kucharczyk is 11th from Due de Decker. Alex Kubenko in front of Alex Powell, then Edgar Anpiligov and Josh Erfen from Flavio Olivieri and Ian Eichmans, Gustav Wisniewski and Emo Fittipaldi from Keanu Alashari and Ariel Elkin. Then Alfio Spina is 23rd in front of Evan Giltair. 25th position is Dion Gauda from Matteo De Palo and Rashid Aldeheri. With the retirements, Maxime Furon-Castellan, Christian Bertucca, Giovanni Trentin, Aaron Reshepi, Sonny Smith, Nasho Tunion, Nicolas Solov, Brando Badoa, and the last man in is Alexei Yaleva. Absolutely astonishing from Ugo Chukwu. The American has been absolutely astonishing. And if that result stands, he takes a 7-point lead in the championship over Tuukka Tarppanen with an 11-point advantage over Arvid Lindblad. And the three drivers will duel for the European title 3 weeks from now when the Junior European Championship continues at Wackersdorf in Germany. What a way for this weekend to unfold. There's Aaron Roscepi, one of the many drivers in this field who could have had so much more from Sarno. So let's have a look at some of the highlights from a gripping final. What an amazing race that was. Max Dodds here on the outside line of Ugo Chukwu. The inside line is just so strong. And with a little support from Lindblad, essentially Dodds is dragged to the outside. He gets two wheels up on the curb. It's a lot dustier in that part of the racetrack. So there's not a lot he can do except let the field go by and slot himself into as competitive a position as he can. At this point, Keeble and Slater are working together to get up the inside of him. So again, Dodds just has to play the sensible card and let them go. So by this point, he's down into about 7th place behind Ugo Chukwu. And then you've got the likes of Tarppanen, Del Pino. They're all in the mix there as they come through. But a fascinating final. That really was an absolute duel for the ages in the European Championship finals here at Naples. The second round of the championship in Italy really has given us plenty of excitement. You can see drivers getting spat out to the sidelines there. Dion Gauda are almost at a complete stop, but Nicola Tsoloff and Brando Badua are the ones who are out of the race on the first lap, as too was the Finn Alexei Yeleva. Rather unfortunate for them. And that really has given a massive hammer blow to Brando Badua's title chances. It's not impossible. He is still 6th in the standings with 25 points, but he's 30 behind Ugo Chukwu with 35 available at Wackersdorf, so it's looking very difficult indeed for the Italian to grab his dream of becoming European champion in 2020. Tarppanen and Kucharczyk in the early stages in behind Ugo Chukwu. I don't think anybody realised just how much speed per lap Ugo Chukwu was going to be able to extend. I mean, let's not take into account the fact that there were so many battles on that final couple of laps, but he was still a good 3 seconds clear before it all kicked off. As Lindblad picking off a nice move on Keeble earlier on. And Dodds is still in the mix there, just trying to catch up to the drivers in the fray. Kucharczyk doing his level best to make the moves, but unfortunately he's picked the wrong overtaking move at that moment because it just opens the door because Del Pino gets through, Slater gets through, Lindblad gets through, and Keeble comes through as well because he's run so deep into the corner. But Del Pino and Slater are having a really good race by this point, and Kucharczyk is sliding around all over the shop as Dodds gets his move on the inside of Gubenko. There's a lot of respect between those two. They do seem to be quite good chums after their time together on the European circuit. And up the inside, here's Lindblad getting his move on Slater. Two great rivals of the British circuit, and they have a nice little ding-dong battle there. Dodds on the inside of Kucharczyk, along with his teammate Renicella. And Tunion sliding around all over the place in the middle of that race battle as well. Some really exciting tussles, but Tarppanen running in 2nd place, having an amazing race battle. Here is Lindblad's move on Del Pino. That really opens up the race battle because Slater goes with, and Keeble tries to get his right foot stuck in there to his teammate as well. It takes him just the tiniest bit longer to get into that position, and that's where he ends up really starting to lose a little bit of ground and momentum. But there were some absolutely amazing overtakes. This man couldn't stop pulling them off. Igor Sapil, he started the race way back in 21st on the grid. So to storm back to 8th is quite an incredible achievement in the final. And that's given him another chance in the championship. There's Keeble's move on Dodds, his teammate. Keeble's move on Del Pino, I should say, his teammate. Dodds is in there behind with his teammate Renicella at this stage. But one of these guys has got to give. And Keeble eventually deciding, well, I suppose I better slot in behind my teammate. So an absolutely fantastic race. I'll leave you with the highlights as we head our way over to the podium. welcome our three drivers to the podium in ascending order. In third position for Great Britain, Arvid Lindblad. And in second position, also for the United Kingdom, Freddie Slater! And your race winner here in the second round of the FIA Karting European Championship for the United States of America, Yugo Chukwu! And to represent the team for Kart Republic Motorsport, please welcome Richard Kyle! And so, in honour of our three drivers on the podium and in reference to our race winner, the national anthem for the United States of America. Ascending order. In third position for Great Britain, Arvid Lindblad! And in second position, also for Great Britain, Freddie Slater! But your race winner from the United States of America, Yugo Chukwu! And of course, to represent the Kart Republic Motorsport team, Richard Kyle! So we ask all of our drivers to hold their trophies and their bouquets of flowers aloft for a podium photograph. And of course, the cameras and the photographers will get their much-needed pictures. But what a fantastic display from the Sarno podium here in the FIA Karting European Championship and the second round in Italy. Ladies and gentlemen, Arvid Lindblad, Freddie Slater, and your race winner, Yugo Chukwu! And now we truly have the junior category. The action is going to be fever pitch when we get there, but for now, our attention turns to the OK final in the senior category.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
So the battle is ready to resume in the FIA Karting European Championships in the OK Senior category. This is even closer than what we have seen across the juniors. The battle is ready to be incredible, close and fever pitch as the man taking residence on pole position, Taylor Barnard, has not only been exceptional over the course of the weekend, but by winning the qualifying heats, he has taken back the lead of the European Championship. By only 2 points now to Andrea Kimi Antonelli, but the two of them have a clear lead over the rest of the competition, and it's time for them to duel away for the victory as the battle for the European title continues. So as the drivers make their way out of the pre-grid holding area, and they will make their way onto the starting grid once again as they battle for supremacy. The drivers are ready for the squabble that will ensue across the next 20 laps of the FIA Karting European Championships in the OK Senior Final. And again, all 36 drivers that have made it to this point can wave their nation's flag or carry it aboard their carts, I should normally practically say, with pride and dignity. They have been absolutely exceptional to get to this point, and they all deserve their place on this 36 driver field. So let's talk you through the runners and riders in this incredibly aggressive battle ahead of us as we duel for supremacy in the OK final. Taylor Barnard will take up position at the front end of the field on the front row of the starting grid, alongside the Finnish star Juho Valtonen, as they will resume their battle on the front row of the starting grid. Joe Turney will line up third position on the grid, the British driver, taking up third on the grid on the second row, alongside the Italian Luigi Coluccio, who will be there in P4 for the Cosmic. P5 will be the man fighting to grab the European title away from Taylor Barnard. Andrea Kimi Antonelli will line up fifth on the starting grid on the inside of the third row, alongside Oliver Gray, the Lennox Spider Clerk driver, who's been absolutely fantastic over the course of these 3 days. Fourth row of the grid sees the Dutchman and reigning junior world champion Thomas Tembrinka line up seventh on the starting grid. Alongside him will be the Russian Nikita Bedrin, just one DNF, giving him a great chance in the top 10 to fight back in contention for the title. On the fifth row of the starting grid, it is the Italian star Michael Paparo, who finds himself on the fifth row of the grid alongside the Dutchman Delano Van Toff. Row 6 of the grid will see the Swedish star Norton Andreasen, the man for the World Racing Team, in 11th place of the grid. Alongside him is the flying star for Birolart from Ireland, and that is Alex Dunn. He will start 12th on the grid, just in front of the drivers on row 7. 13th on the grid is the Dutchman Laurens van Hopen, part of the Leclerc by Lennox Racing Team, as he lines up 13th. And alongside him on the grid is the Spanish driver Genis Savico for CRG, who lines up in P14 of the grid. Row 8, it is an all-Brazilian affair, as Rafael Chaves Camara lines up 15th on the starting grid on the inside line, and on the outside line of row 8, it is the Birolart driver Matias Morgato, who lines up in 16th on the starting grid. 17th place, we'll see Sebastian Gravlund, the Danish driver for Ricky Flynn Motorsport, line up on the inside line. Alongside him on the grid, it is going to be Josep Marti, the Spaniard, aboard his Kart Republic. And then rounding out the top 20, Maya Werg will be there on the inside of the 10th row of the grid, 19th on the starting grid. And beside her will be her teammate, Clayton Ravenscroft, in another of the Birolart chassis. Then 21st on the grid, flying the flag for the locals, and the wild card sensation, Nicolo Kuman, will line up 21st on the grid on the inside line of the 11th row. And alongside him will be the Spanish driver Miron Pingazov of the Kart Republic team in 22nd. 23rd on the starting grid will be Lorenzo Patrese, the superstar racer, lining up 23rd on the starting grid. Alongside the Kart Republic will be another of those chassis, Hannes Janka, the 2018 European champion, as he lines up there in position in P24. Henry Sascalati, the Finnish driver, will line up in P25, the young star from the Paralin team, alongside another Brazilian in another Praga. Ricardinho Gracia will line up in 26th on the starting grid. In 27th, the Australian James Wharton has managed to get himself into the final despite the flotsam and jetsam around him, and he lines up alongside the British driver Harry Thompson for the Forza Racing squad. On row 15 of the grid, I should say, the Polish driver Olli Pilka for the Sauber Karting team lines up on the 15th row of the grid alongside the Dutchman Robert De Haan, who is there on 30th position of the starting grid. 31st will be the Danish new boy Noah Denbol for the Ward Racing team as he lines up 31st. Alongside him on the grid is the Frenchman Marlon Hernandez, who is there on 32nd of the starting grid. 33rd place for the Portuguese talent Pedro Perino of Kart Republic, and he is there beside the young Finn Matthias Salonen for the CV Performance Group. And on the final row of the starting grid, the last two men to make the grid, Alexander Partashev, the young man from the Ukraine, and the Ward Racing team, and alongside him, the final man in for the United Arab Emirates, Jamie Day in the Leclerc by Lennox racing machine. So 36 drivers, and obviously the top 10 drivers from the qualifying heats score championship points. So that's 10 points for Taylor Barnard, 9 points in the championship for Juho Valtonen, 8 for Joe Turney, 7 for Luigi Coluccio, 6 for Andrea Kimi Antonelli, 5 for Oliver Gray, 4 for Thomas Dembrinka, 3 for Nikita Bedrin, 2 for Michael Paparo, and 1 for Delano Vanthoff. Now, what that does to the European Championship table at this point is that as we stand, Taylor Barnard now takes back the lead of the European Championship with 40 points on his tally, just 3 ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli. So it's going to be just 2 ahead, of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who has 38 points to Taylor Barnard's 40. So it's definitely a very close fight between those two. But there are still 2 drivers there, in particular in the mix, who have a chance to close up in this race. Third on the grid is Joe Turney. He is 4th in the Drivers' Championship at the moment, 21 points, so 19 behind Taylor Barnard. Nikita Bedrin is 3rd in the championship fight, and he starts this race from 8th on the starting grid. And the Tony Kart racer for the Ward Racing team has 27 points up until this point, so it is still a very close battle. Behind the top 4, Oliver Gray, who finds himself starting 6th on the grid for the final, is 5th in the standings, 19 points on the board. Hannes Janka has 18. Lawrence Van Hopen has 17, and thanks to his great performance in the qualifying heats, Juho Valtonen is now 8th in the driver's standings, and he has 14 points. So there's still a long way to go, and there's a very intense battle to come for the competitors in this battle. The 5-minute board goes up at the front end of the field, as the grid is watched over by the FIA Karting president himself. Felipe Massa is here, and absolutely awestruck by the battle that is set to ensue in front of him. This really is the pinnacle of world karting. There's nothing quite like the FIA Karting paddock. 19 of the current 20 Formula One drivers have come through this very paddock. And it's an incredible battle to consider what is to come. In the European Championship stakes, there have been several drivers who have won this title, who have gone on to amazing things in the world of motorsport and world karting in general. European FIA Karting champions include some of the most exceptional drivers in the history of the sport. You've got to look to the likes of Lewis Hamilton, who won the title back in 2000 in the Formula A days. Marco Ardigo, who won it 4 times in a row across Formula A and KF1 battles from 2005 to 2008. Baz Lammers is a European title winner in this category, as are many of the karting legends of the sport. Jonathan Tonon, Pedro Hiltbrand, Hannes Janka, Lorenzo Travazanuto, as well as many racers who have gone in and out of the sport of karting and onto the world stage of car racing, the likes of Kevin Estra, James Collado, Will Stevens, Ben Barnacote, Callum Eilert, who is now in the world of Formula 2, of course, Ben Handley, who is a Le Mans Series racer, and somebody called Max Verstappen, who won the KF2 class back in 2013 of the European Championship. They have all had some incredible performances to get to this stage, and you don't win these championships by accident. It's no joke that these battles are so closely fought. To win, you have got to be at the absolute A game of your craft and your ability. And no matter who you are or where you come from in the world of motorsport, you cannot fail to stand back in awe and amazement at the hard work and the sheer determination that these drivers put in. No matter where they have come from, no matter what their backgrounds or their experiences to get to this point, standing on the grid of a 36-kart FIA Karting European final is something quite special. You can take that with you for the entirety of your life. Whether you win or lose, there's not many people in the world who can say they've been on a starting grid like this one, and it's a privileged position to be in. And as a racing driver, you really have proven your worth if you can make it through the hardship, the toil, the stress, the strain, the physical exertion, and the unbelievable logistical challenges that await you to get to this point. But these 36 men and women have fought their way to the top of the sport, and now they are here for the second of 3 finals in the FIA Karting European Championship. And what a battle it's set to be. Taylor Barnard's starting pole position is just 2 points ahead of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, who starts 5th in the final. The battle for the European title continues, and it's going to be even more exciting than it was at Duera 3 weeks ago. Spain was a true scorcher. Italy is set to be an absolute sizzler as the karts are ready to blast off the grid in exceptional fashion. In about 90 seconds' time, we'll get the biggest race of the weekend and the most exceptional battle that you can ever wish to see. Only the best drivers in the world make it to this stage, and now we've got an incredible battle. Taylor Barnard alongside Juho Valtonen from the front row of the grid, Joe Turney alongside Luigi Coluccio on the second row, Andrea Kimi Antonelli beside Oliver Gray, Thomas Tembrinka beside Nikita Bedrin, and then Michael Paparo, the Praga, alongside the expert Forza of Delano Van Toff. Plenty of drivers to keep an eye on through the field who could make quite a challenge as well. The likes of Norton Andreasen and Alex Dunn from the 6th row. Watch out for Rafael Chavez Camara. He's had a great weekend. Maya Verg has been a great contender. And of course, there's the local wildcard favourite, Nicolo Kuman, who has a great chance to charge his way through from the middle of the field. There are plenty of drivers out of position behind them too. The likes of Hannes Janke, Harry Thompson, James Wharton, Robert De Haan, Ollie Pilker, Jamie Day, and Noah Denbol, who have all put in some star turns this weekend. It's all going to come down to these last 20 laps. Double the length of the qualifying heats and an absolutely astonishing 30 kilometers of racing await the drivers around this most tough and physically disciplined of race circuits. The challenge of the fast straight all the way up to turn 2, coupled with the technical and energetic challenges of the 2nd and 3rd sectors, make this one of the toughest challenges in world karting. Only these 36 drivers will experience it for the next 20 laps. Green flags, let's race! So Taylor Barnard and Juho Valtonen from the front row of the grid. Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio on the 2nd. Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Oliver Gray on the 3rd. From Thomas Tembrinka and Nikita Bedrin. Michael Paparo and Delano Van Toff. Norton Andreasen and Alex Dunn. Lawrence Van Hopen and Jennis Savico. Rafael Chavez Camara and Matthias Morgato. Sebastian Gravland and Josep Marti. Maya Wurg and Clayton Ravenscroft. Nicolo Kuman and Miron Pingazov. Lorenzo Patrese and Hannes Janke. Henry Sescalati and Ricardinho Gracia. James Wharton and Harry Thompson. Ollie Pilker and Robert De Haan. Noah Denbol and Marlon Hernandez, Pedro Perino and Matthias Salonen, from Alexander Partishev and Jamie Day. 2 formation laps around this gripping circuit, and the drivers are ready for the battle. 33 degrees Celsius air temperature. Not a lot of breeze in the air either, so these guys are going to be working so hard. A physically demanding challenge and a very tough race awaits them, as these guys are putting in so much hard work over the weekend. It now all comes down to this. Plenty of overtaking opportunities on this Sarno circuit, as we've seen many times through the weekend. But what really counts is the fact that these guys have got to be so calm, so composed, so measured and disciplined that they cannot allow mistakes to creep in. We've already had a few of those this weekend. The time for mistakes is over. The time for perfection is now. So the drivers come through, 36 of them, representing all 4 corners of the globe. Taylor Barnard and Juho Valtonen, Joe Turney and Luigi Coluccio, from Antonelli, Gray, Ten Brinker, Bedrin, Paparo, Vanthoff, Andreasen, Dunn, Van Hopen, Savico, Chavez Kamara, Morgato, Gravland, Marti, Werg, Ravenscroft, Kuman, Fingersov, Patrese, Janka, Saskilati, Gratia, Wharton, Thompson, Pilker, Dehaan, Denbol, Hernandez, Perino, Salonen, Pardashev and Day. And as Taylor Barnard continues his run at the top of the European Championship here this weekend, he's got the toughest mission. Stay in front of the pack, no matter what Andrea Kimi Antonelli can throw at him. But all he has to do from his point of view is get to the first corner first, and it's mission already partially completed. But all he has to do is lose out to Valtonen at the first corner, as he did in the previous heat this morning, and all of a sudden, it becomes a completely different game. Barnard and Valtonen take their way out of the final turn. Who's going to get the run to the first corner? Let's find out. False start. Well, we're going to have to wait a little longer. It doesn't exactly help that the tension's a fever pitch already. And that was such a tight run out of the final turn as well, as everybody gets themselves ready for the start. And I think my heart skipped a little beat there. I knew this was going to be a tough battle. But having an extra formation lap just adds to the tension and drama. So now they've got to dial it in again. They weave the tyres and brakes to get them up to the optimum temperature. They don't really need massive assistance with that in these temperatures. But there's a lot of Formula One flavour in this field, particularly at the front end of the dais. Taylor Barnard for the Rosberg Racing Academy, backed by the 2016 Formula One World Champion Nico Rosberg, is there on pole position. Second place, it's Juho Valtonen for the brand new team backed by Formula One racer Giorgio Pantano, who is there on the outside of the front row of the grid. All new team, and they're right up at the sharp end. Proof that Signor Pantano knows a lot about getting these karts engineered. And then you've got the big guns, Turney, Coluccio, Antonelli, Gray, Ten Brinker, Bedrin, Paparo, Vanthoff, Andreasen and Dunn. As they charge around this circuit, this is going to be one heck of a race final. The drivers come through, and maybe this time we'll get under starters' orders. Out of the final turn, the revs will rise. Are we going to go racing this time? Yes, we do, and away we go racing. Good start from Barnard. Valtonen can't quite get in the slipstream, but he does manage to get underneath him as they charge up the hill. He's going to get some support from Joe Turney as they head to the hairpin. They know they need to get past Barnard pretty early, but Barnard's holding his line on the inside of the hairpin, and that's crucial. And there's a conflagration in the hairpin as 4 or 5 drivers have come together. And that is one of the Forza Racings. It's Hannes Janka. Hannes Janka is in there, as too is Harry Thompson. Thompson and Janka have come together. And that's Joe Turney fighting his way to second place past the Pantano of Juho Valtonen. And Maya Werg is in there as well. I can't believe her bad luck this year. So Werg is in there with Hannes Janka and Harry Thompson. 3 of the biggest names in this field. And I think Janka's well aware that it's all over, and I think Maya Werg has to accept the same fate. Thompson is trying to get going again, but I don't think it's going to happen for him either. Yep, they're all out of it. And so Barnard leads Turney. Valtonen, Ten Brinker is now 4th, in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Luigi Coluccio. Yellow flags fly, no overtaking into the second hairpin. And that's great news for Barnard, because that's one less corner where Turney or anybody else could get close enough to him to challenge. Now with Antonelli down in 5th position, he needs to make some moves, so he gets straight on with it up the inside of Thomas Ten Brinker. Luigi Coluccio can't get by, but Antonelli does. So it's a great overtaking move from the Italian, and that's going to move him up another place, and it's going to give him a higher point score. Joe Turney, meanwhile, in 2nd place, is set to move into 3rd place in the Drivers' Championship with this performance, as Nikita Bedrin finds himself in 7th in front of Delano Vanthoff. So the battle continues. Barnard is leading, Turney is 2nd, 3rd is Valtonen, 4th is Thomas Ten Brinker, was Thomas Ten Brinker, now it's Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and that does change the face of the championship a little bit, as Antonelli's score is now 51 if it stays like this, 10 in front of Joe Turney. So Antonelli's now going to make his bid for Valtonen. Valtonen's going to give him the space, and Antonelli gets through. So Andrea Kimi Antonelli is now in 3rd position as he fights his way back to the podium position. And it's just Joe Turney now between him and his main title rival. But if Taylor Barnard gets this one, it's going to be the Brit that moves up into the lead of the Drivers' Championship without any problem at all, with a grand total of 65 if it stays like this for Taylor Barnard. Antonelli is lapping quickly around the circuit though. He's up into third place and he's trying to charge after Joe Turney. So this is going to be a pretty exceptional final as the race battle continues to ensue. And Luigi Coluccio is now storming all over the back of Thomas ten Brinker on the end of the third lap. Valtonen trying to hold on to his fourth place run. Ten Brinker fifth, Coluccio sixth, then it's Bedrin, Vanthoff. Ninth place is Lawrence Van Hopen in front of Papalo, Morgato and Andreasen. Rafael Chavez Camara is 13th in front of Alex Dunn. And then in 15th place it is Sebastian Gravland in front of James Wharton. And there goes Thomas ten Brinker. He makes the move on Juho Valtonen. That is for P4. As Andrea Kimi Antonelli sets another new fastest lap to gain massive ground on Joe Turney. But crucially, Antonelli is going 0.2 of a second a lap faster than Taylor Barnard. If he can get past Turney quickly enough, he might have a chance to catch up to the Brit up at the front end of the field. But Taylor Barnard is trying to pull out as much of a gap over Joe Turney as physically possible, especially now that he knows that Antonelli has been released in third position. He'll have an inkling as the drivers come through to the end of the lap. Antonelli could have a really strong run in behind Joe Turney to catch him up towards turn 2, and that will be in the back of Taylor Barnard's mind if he realises that Antonelli's close enough. Into lap 5, Antonelli is catching Joe Turney. The bandwagon is rolling for him. The last time these two met in the heats, they ended up clattering into each other at the final turn. Antonelli's not going to let it happen this time. Neither is Turney. He holds onto the position from Antonelli. So Joe Turney continues in his pursuit, but here is that battle for second place. Joe Turney keeping in front of Antonelli. Will he make the dive for the inside? Not while Joe Turney's holding the inside line so resolutely he won't. Meanwhile, further back, we've got a little bit of a battle as Coluccio has managed to get past Valtonen now. So Valtonen is down to 6th position. The man from the front row has not been able to make it so easy this time. Antonelli tucks up behind Joe Turney. Now, Antonelli is being quite wise here. He's not making the move on Joe Turney yet. He's actually working with the Tony Kart to try and gain ground on Taylor Barnard. They are both now starting to edge closer to the Brit up front. So again, Antonelli comes through, turn 1. Joe Turney's got him on the run. He looks right behind him. He knows that Antonelli's there. What's he going to do in terms of the battle for position? No, Turney's not going to give away the place, but Antonelli, crucially, is not going to take it. So Taylor Barnard is getting back on with it now. He's pulled out 0.3 of a second on these two. Essentially, Antonelli and Turney need to start catching Barnard. Otherwise, Antonelli's going to make the move to pass the Englishman, because he's not going to want to wait around. He can snatch 4 more points off Joe Turney if he overtakes him for second position. So he looks back to see if ten Brinker's going to challenge him for a position. Not anytime soon. But Antonelli might have to settle for second place unless he can get past Joe Turney fast enough to make a challenge to close up on Taylor Barnard. The laps are ticking down, and for Antonelli, he is definitely starting to run out of time here. Joe Turney makes a mistake out of the final turn, a puff of dust out of the final corner, and that's going to compromise Antonelli as well, because he's going to have to get out of the throttle, and that's going to give Taylor Barnard a little bit more momentum. Will Antonelli go for the move? No, he doesn't. So Antonelli is just trying to make Joe Turney do all the hard work here. Antonelli getting under Turney's skin if he can, trying to second guess where he's going to make the overtake. Now he's going to get him. He launches on the inside at the end of the first sector, and Antonelli is through into second position, past the Tony Kart into P2. And watch now, Turney's going to have to do everything he possibly can and a bit more to catch up to Antonelli, because look, the gap has already started to open up between the two machines. But Antonelli well and truly has second place nailed, but with 13 and a half laps to go, has he got enough time and pace to catch up to Taylor Barnard? The mathematics and logics would say probably not. 56.4 compared to a 56.7 for Antonelli, and the gap is 1.9. Now here's Bedrin closing up on Valtonen. That's actually quite an important overtake, as Bedrin is currently 4th in the championship. If he can get past Valtonen, that's another place gained, and that is the move he's done. So Bedrin gets past Valtonen, and that's going to tie him with 3rd for Joe Turney in the Drivers' Championship. By gaining another place, he gains another point. So that overtake is crucial for Bedrin. He's going to be level with Joe Turney for 3rd in the title race if he keeps that position, and if he gains another one, he'll retake 3rd in the Drivers' Championship. As it stands, Turney has 37 and Bedrin has 36 in the fight for 3rd place. Then behind them, Van Hopen and Valtonen both have 24. Although Valtonen will now have 23 because he's lost a place. Coluccio has 20, and Oliver Gray, who is currently there in... where is Oliver Gray at the moment? He's on 19. Oliver Gray has ended up falling down the order to... trying to pick him out in the crowd, actually. Oliver Gray is currently 23rd, so he's had a nightmare start. But Antonelli and Turney are doing their best to chip away at the advantage of Barnard. They're matching lap times now, Antonelli and Barnard. So the Italian is doing his best to close up, but there's not much to choose between them at all, as Barnard sets the fastest third sector of the entire race. So Taylor Barnard leads the way. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is second. Joe Turney is third. Thomas Tembrinka is fourth. From Coluccio, Bedrin, Valtonen, Van Toft, Van Hopen. And then it's Rafael Chaves-Camara in 10th place, the Brazilian, who has fought himself back into contention valiantly here today. So Taylor Barnard continues to control the lead of this race in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and that crucial 2-second gap isn't getting smaller. So Antonelli can try and throw everything he possibly can at Barnard, but it looks as though the title fight is going to swing in the Englishman's favour. With Antonelli finishing second, it's going to bring the title fight to a 7-point advantage for Barnard, as Antonelli sets the fastest lap of the race. Barnard gets a personal best too, though, so there's not much between them. There's only about 0.06 of a second between their lap times, but crucially Antonelli's is slightly faster, but it's as little as makes no difference between the two drivers up front. Meanwhile, this is the battle between Coluccio and Tembrinka for fourth position. Valtonen's lost 2 places now. Van Toff and Van Hopen have both got by, as Papardo loses ground, as does Alex Dunn. And so the battle is continuing to be a pretty solid one. And there's some very big moments over the course of this final still to come. I can sense it. We've got 10 laps done and 10 to go. And there could still be a few major battles, as Nikita Bedrin and Joe Turney are now tied for third in the standings if it stands like this. Turney in third place, Bedrin in sixth. They'll both have 37, but on countback it will be Joe Turney that would edge third place in the driver's standings, the way things currently are. It's all calculated on countback, of course. Andrea Kimi Antonelli gets another new fastest lap. But again, there's nothing between the times. Barnard gets a 56.337. Antonelli gets a 56.313. So there's hundredths between their times at the moment. So there's very little difference between the competitors as they continue to charge their way forward. Andrea Kimi Antonelli is edging as high up the order as he can. He's pushing so hard to try and gain the ground on Taylor Barnard, but it's a stalemate between the two. That 2-second gap, it's just impossible to make up when Taylor Barnard is in the rhythm he's in. And as they continue to battle forward, it really is an exceptional display from the Englishman up front. Just looking through the field, we've still got some very exciting and intense battles in the midfield as more drivers try and gain ground as they battle in through the midway part of the race. But it looks as though there's no intensely close and even duels at the moment. They're all just trying to get one over on each other. Coluccio still threatening Thomas Tembrinka. And further back, Valtonen still putting pressure to Rafael Chaves-Camara after the Brazilian has got past him. So Chaves-Camara now 9th and Valtonen in 10th. But the battle is still very intense indeed as they continue to style their way around this circuit. Barnard in front of Antonelli. The gap has come down a little bit now to 1.8. 1.896, so it's as close to 1.9 as makes no difference. Still Coluccio hustling Thomas Tembrinka. And the Italian is going to give the Dutchman a real run for his money the way things currently stand. Nikita Bedrin is still there in P6 trying to make up the numbers. Antonelli is catching Barnard with another new fastest lap. A 56.284 compared to a 56.374. Less than a tenth of a second in it, but Andrea Kimi Antonelli is pushing hard. 8 laps to go and he's got 1.8 seconds to make up. It seems very difficult indeed for the Italian, but he will never back down from this challenge. Meanwhile, Coluccio has got past Thomas Tembrinka for 4th place. So the Italian gets by and Chaves-Camara gets the move into 8th place past Laurens Van Hopen. So still some good overtakes in this final. But Coluccio is 1 place away from the podium and he knows that as Rafael Chaves-Camara goes purple in the first sector. He wants to close up on the man in front of him. That's Laurens Van Hopen in the Leclerc by Lennox machine. But so far, Nikita Bedrin is hoping that this battle between Coluccio and Ten Brinker can swing back in his favour as he runs through in neat formation. 7 laps to go, and Barnard is still ahead of Antonelli to the tune of 1.7 seconds. A close run battle. Antonelli gets another fastest lap in, 56.237 compared to Taylor Barnard, who gets a 56.250. There's nothing in it. They're both setting fastest laps, and they're trading them as they come over the line. Barnard gets the fastest lap, and then about 1.5 seconds later, Antonelli beats it as he comes across the line in unison. And the two drivers are well and truly dropping the rest. Turney looks like he's going to be safe in third position for the moment, unless Coluccio, Ten Brinker and Bedrin can close up enough to gain an advantage. Van Toff is there in 7th place in front of Chavez Camaro, who is 8th now in front of Van Hopen and Valtonen. Morgato is 11th. James Wharton has fought back stupendously. He is in 12th place from 27th on the grid. The Australian is doing an amazing job. So James Wharton is making up some amazing places in this field. We'll watch him as he continues on his way through. There is Noah Denbol trying to make his way up the order. That's Norton Andreasen on Sebastian Gravlund. So Andreasen makes his move on the inside line. And that is the move. He's made it stick on Sebastian Gravlund. So Andreasen has got up to the position. As further round, this is still the battle for Nikita Bedrin as he tries to close up on Thomas Ten Brinker. So Ten Brinker working hard around the circuit as he tries to get himself into a decent position. But with Coluccio in front of him and Bedrin catching him up, it's going to be a tight battle to the flag. We've had an off further back. Oh, we've had a spin. We've had a spin in the middle of the on the edge of the first sector. And who is that that's gone around? Can't see through the dust cloud. It's one of the Paralins that's gone. That looks to me like the 172. And that, I'm afraid to say, is a big problem at the back of the field for Henry Saskelati. And so Saskelati is not going to be able to continue. His race is over. Meanwhile, the battle rages. Is that Bedrin in front of Ten Brinker now? Yes, it is. Nikita Bedrin has got past Thomas Ten Brinker for 5th position. Now that's crucial because that's going to give him another point. And that also puts him into 3rd place in the Drivers' Championship again. He overtakes Joe Turney once more. So Nikita Bedrin, an important place to gain there as he goes up to 5th past Ten Brinker. And that moves him back into 3rd place in the standings. But out in front, Taylor Barnard just keeping it nice and honest in front of Andrea Kimi Antonelli as he completes lap 16. The gap is steady at 1.7. Antonelli's throwing everything at it. He gets another new fastest lap in Antonelli, a 56.210. And Barnard looks over his shoulder. He knows that Antonelli's tracking him down. But the gap has come down to 1.5 with only 4 laps to go. I don't think it's going to be doable unless Taylor Barnard has some massive tyre issues. But the Rosberg Racing Academy driver is pushing. So is Antonelli. He's giving it everything he's got. But they've got to make it work. Delano Van Toff and Rafael Chavez Camara, the two Forzas, are there together in 7th and 8th. There's Bedrin back up into 5th position. And confirmation on the Virtual Championship screen in front of me is that Bedrin is now back into 3rd place in front of Joe Turney in the title fight. But Bedrin isn't done yet. He has a chance to close up on Coluccio and snatch 2 more points if he gets the opportunity. So he could move up into 4th position and grab a 13 points tally rather than an 11 points tally as Antonelli continues to push Barnard. The gap is down to 1.4 with 3 laps to go. Antonelli has to keep the faith. He has to keep thinking he can catch Barnard. He is getting closer, not close enough, but he needs to keep the faith. He needs to keep digging. He might just find something special in the latter stages of this race. He's throwing everything he can at it. It's an amazing duel between these two. A 2-second gap has come down to 1.4. Antonelli's doing everything he possibly can. So Barnard continues to lead. Antonelli in 2nd. 3rd place is Turney. 4th is Coluccio. 5th is Bedrin. And 6th is Thomas Ten Brinker. From Chavez Camara, Delano Van Toff, Lawrence Van Hopen and Juho Valtonen in the top 10. The point scorers behind them are set to be Morgato, Wharton, Denbol, Andreasen and Paparo. Can I just point that out? Wharton is up to 12th and Denbol is up to 13th. That's 15 places gained for James Wharton and 18 places gained for Noah Denbol. What an amazing performance from those two to fight back. Meanwhile, Andrea Kimi Antonelli's just done a 56.0. He's got the gap down to 1.1. He's still throwing everything he can at it. There's Joe Turney in third. Coluccio's being caught by Bedrin. We could see some last lap fireworks here, but Antonelli is still chipping away. Another fastest first sector for Andrea Kimi Antonelli. If he gets one lunge, that will be enough for Antonelli to try it. He does not want to go 7 points back on Barnard. So if he can get close enough in the final lap, he will slingshot up the inside. You can bet your bottom dollar he's going to give it a try. So there's Antonelli, there's Barnard. The gap has come down now to 1 second with 1 lap to go. Antonelli's got to get the perfect lap in. But Barnard is still surely too far ahead. But you've got to give the Italian credit. He has cut the gap in half. And if there were a few more laps, he might have had time to do something about it. But Taylor Barnard is going to hold on to this lead surely from Andrea Kimi Antonelli. It doesn't matter what the Italian throws at him. He's been incredible. He's fought back from 5th on the grid to 2nd. But Barnard's gap initially was too great. But that doesn't mean he'd ever give up. These are the two drivers that will fight for the European title, and they are at the front of the field. Antonelli's going to finish up in 2nd with 58 points, but on 65, 7 points ahead of him. Taylor Barnard is going to get the clean sweep here at Sarno. Out of the final turn, Taylor Barnard wins in Napoli! Taylor Barnard has done it! Fantastic race, and he's congratulated there by Antonelli, who sweeps by. But Taylor Barnard has pushed it right to the limit and made it an absolutely superb clean sweep. He's done everything right. Qualified, pole position, every single heat he took the victory, and now he's won the final. That is the 1-0 perfect weekend for Taylor Barnard, and he now has a 7-point lead in the European Championship. That's what it means to Barnard as he celebrates. Taylor Barnard wins the final from Andrea Kimi Antonelli and Joe Turney. Nikita Bedrin is 4th for Russia, and Rafael Chavez Camara is 5th. From Thomas Dembrinka, Luigi Coluccio and Dilano Vantov. Lawrence Van Hopen and Juho Valtonen in 10th. From Matthias Mogato and James Wharton. Noah Denbol in 13th. Great races from Wharton and Denbol. Andreasen is 14th. From Paparo Gravland, Dunn, Gray and Ravenscroft. Jamie Day is 20th from Ricardinho Gratia and Jenis Savico, Lorenzo Patrese and Midon Pingazov. Then it's Oli Pilker and Marlon Hernandez from Matthias Salonen and Pedro Perino, from Robert Dehaan, Josef Marti, Nicolo Kuman and Alexander Partishev. The retirements, Henry Saskilati, along with the 3 who retired on the first lap, Maya Berg, Hannes Janka and Harry Thompson. An absolutely incredible final. So let's go through the battle from the highlights of that exceptional race. Right from the start, that race had so much vitality. Barnard getting the perfect start. He wasn't about to lose it a second time to Valtonen through. advantage. The podium is up next.
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you are tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.
Of course, here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli, we're very grateful for all of you for doing the job that you have done in fine fashion here. Remember, of course, that as your races come to an end, please remember to collect your licenses and important. Make sure you do so as soon as is humanly possible. Thank you.
What a fantastic final it has been here in the FIA Karting European Championships for the OK senior contenders, and it gives us an amazing fight in the European Championship when we reconvene in 3 weeks' time at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. Let's bring our drivers to the podium here at Sarno, but of course we welcome our dignitaries back to the podium once again as they will make their way to the rostrum after a fantastic performance. First of all, to the FIA Karting President Felipe Massa and to the Circuit Manager Giuseppe Sorrentino here at the Circuito Internazionale Napoli. And now we will welcome our 3 drivers to the podium in ascending order. In 3rd position for the United Kingdom, Joe Turney. And in 2nd position for Italy, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. But your race winner for Great Britain, Taylor Barnard. And for the team manager for the Rosberg Racing Academy, Flavio Andriatta. And now we will play in reference to our winning driver on the top step of the podium, the national anthem for the United Kingdom. Display in the FIA Karting European Championships here at Sarno. We ask our drivers to raise their trophies aloft in ascending order. In 3rd position for the United Kingdom, Joe Turney. And in 2nd position for Italy, Andrea Kimi Antonelli. But your race winner here at Sarno for the United Kingdom, Taylor Barnard. Congratulations to our 3 drivers, but also to our winning team manager for the Rosberg Racing Academy, Flavio Andriatta. And so we ask our 3 drivers on the podium and our winning team manager to raise their trophies and their bouquets of flowers for the photographs, as our cameras will obviously take the winning picture. And that is the 2nd chapter of our 3-part trilogy concluded here at Sarno, as of course the European Championship returns 3 weeks from now at Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Turney, Andrea Kimi Antonelli, and your race winner, Taylor Barnard. A massive, fantastic congratulations to everybody. A huge grazie mille to the entire staff here at Circuito Internazionale Napoli. We are so grateful for welcoming us back into your paddock once again. We've had an amazing weekend, and we can't wait to do it all one more time. A massive thank you to the circuit owner and manager, Giuseppe Sorrentino, for opening the doors once again. To our FIA Karting President, Felipe Massa, and the entirety of the FIA Karting Championship for all their tireless work and effort to allow us to continue racing in such fine style through such a difficult time and crisis. But we will conclude our championships in 3 weeks' time at the Pro Kart Raceland in Wackersdorf. A fortnight from now, we will return with the KZ and KZ2 title fight in the European Championship crown, as well as the 2nd round of the FIA Karting Academy trophy from Genk in Belgium. But from me, Jake Sanson, and on behalf of everybody here at the FIA Karting Championship, from Circuito Internazionale Napoli and the RGMMC Group, a massive thank you, grazie mille, and arrivederci!
Every day, 3,500 lives are lost on roads around the world. Driving can be dangerous, but there are simple rules we can follow that will make our roads safer and save lives. Slow down for kids. Don't text and drive. Always pay attention. Obey the speed limits. Stop when you're tired. Never drink and drive. Check your tires. Rules keep us alive.
Your life is in your hands. Respect the rules.